Chair, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Everyone looks happy and excited to be here today. Me too. We are going to kick it off. I'm thankful to have Pastor Tom Thomas from First Christian Church of Inverness, who will lead us in the invocation, and retired military Air Force, our own attorney, Denise Diamond Lind, will lead us in the pledge following the invocation. If you can, please all rise. Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's pray. Father, I thank you for allowing us the freedom to live in America, the blessings that we have in this life. I thank you for this commission. I pray you give each person a wisdom and guidance and direction from you. And may we always seek unity and seek abilities to come to reason. I thank you for our volunteers. I thank you for those who are first responders who stand in the gap for our protections. I pray you'd bless each one, keep each one safe. Father, we just ask you to bless this meeting now. May it be glorifying to you in some ways. It's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you do the roll call, please?
Yes. This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners on this 28th day of April 2026. In attendance are Chair Diana Finnegan, Second Vice Chair Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Rebecca Bays, Commissioner Holly Davis, Assistant County Administrator Maricel Rodriguez, and County Attorney Denise Diamond Lind.
Thank you. And Ms. Rodriguez, approval of the agenda. Any changes or additions?
We have a couple. We have additional information. Item C3, we're correcting the recommended action from January billing month. It was changed to March billing month. And then we're also going to pull item E11, which is the amended water and wastewater agreement for Lecanto Preserve LLC Phase 1, and we'll bring that back at a later date.
Okay.
That's it.
Madam Chair, motion to approve the agenda with the addition and deletion.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any further comment? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Proclamations and awards.
Motion to approve B1 through 6.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Bays. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Board, before we go down there, I just want to tell the audience, if you haven't heard, we are congratulating our own administrator, Steve Howard, for getting Administrator of the Year from Gov Business Review. Unfortunately, Steve cannot be here today, and Ms. Rodriguez is stepping in, but we will recognize him at a later date. But I thought it rude for me not just to acknowledge that even in his absence. So, Steve, if you're watching out there, again, congratulations. Okay, Board.
Would all those representing the Citrus County Sheriff's Office volunteers please make your way forward? Whereas Citrus County recognizes there are hundreds of volunteers in our community who utilize their time and talent on a daily basis to make a real difference in the lives of children, adults, and elderly citizens of Citrus County. The backbone of the volunteer program of the Citrus County Sheriff's Office are the dedicated members both on the front line and behind the scenes of the daily operation of the Citrus County Sheriff's Office. And whereas Citrus County Sheriff's Office volunteers provide an invaluable service to our communities through their selfless contribution of their time, talent, and expertise. The volunteers have had a positive influence in Citrus County through their actions, words, and deeds. Hundreds of volunteers work in our community to make it safer and enrich the lives of citizens and volunteers by connecting them with daily as they provide a variety of services. And whereas our volunteer force is a great Citrus County treasure, we recognize and appreciate those who have stepped up and answered the call to service in Citrus County. Our volunteer force is an integral part of the success of maintaining the positive lifestyle enjoyed by Citrus County residents and visitors. And whereas our volunteers not only improve the lives of citizens and volunteer visitors, but also care for our pets and animals. Citrus County Sheriff's Office volunteers serve in 23 different capacities, and during 2025 saved $1,557,697.90 of public revenue during 2025. Volunteers donated 44,774 hours of to their community. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby proclaim the week of April 20th to the 26th, 2026, as National Volunteer Week, and joins in saluting the unparalleled services of the citizens who have given countless hours for the betterment of our community. Executed this 20th day of April, 2026.
Lindell, you want to say anything? You got to speak in the microphone, though. Yeah.
Just going to say, the volunteers from the Sheriff's Office, there's a lot of good work that is done by these folks, and a lot of them, you don't see them. There's a lot of them behind the scenes, and I could go down the list, but business does need to move forward here. We'd probably be here until about dark, so I'm not going to do that. But there's a lot of good people in this program, and please give them a hand.
Thank you.
And commissioners, I'll just add on that. Thanks for having us today, and thanks for recognizing our volunteers. We're over 400 strong volunteers at the Sheriff's Office, and we're continuing to rebuild. And my goal in 4 years was to double our volunteer workforce there. So they do amazing work. Over 20 positions that they have at the Sheriff's Office. And the one I always highlight that we talk about behind the scenes is our sewing group. People are like, "You have a sewing unit?" Yeah, they keep us looking great, in these uniforms. But from Crime Watch to Seniors versus Crime to our CERT members, all of those things that help. And you just heard over $1.5 million that they save Citrus County. So I thank them every day for the work that they do, because they do it because they want to, not because they have to. So we appreciate them. So thanks for recognizing them.
Would all those representing Public Service Week please make your way forward? Whereas Citrus County proudly recognizes Public Service Week as a time to honor the dedicated individuals whose commitment, professionalism, and integrity strengthen the essential functions of local government and the entrance to the quality of life for all residents. And whereas the services provided by Citrus County constitutional officers, judicial partners, and county departments are vital to ensuring a safe, well-governed, and thriving community. And whereas the Citrus County Sheriff's Office works tirelessly to protect life and property, uphold the law, respond to emergencies, and foster safe neighborhoods through community-focused public safety initiatives. And whereas the Citrus County Clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller ensures transparency, accountability, and accessibility within the judicial system and county finances by maintaining court records, safeguarding public documents, and providing essential services to citizens, legal professionals, and the courts. And whereas the 5th Judicial Circuit serves Citrus County by upholding the rule of law, guaranteeing due process, and ensuring fair and impartial administration of justice for all those who seek resolution or protection through the courts. And whereas the Citrus County property appraisers provide fair and accurate assessments of property values, maintain essential public records, and supports a transparent and equitable tax system that funds critical local services. And whereas the Citrus County tax collector delivers efficient and responsible collection of revenues that sustain county operations, offering essential and courteous service to the residents and businesses while upholding the highest standards of financial stewardship. And whereas the Citrus County Supervisor of Elections safeguards the democratic process by conducting secure, transparent, and accessible elections, maintaining accurate voter rolls, and ensuring that every eligible citizen has the opportunity to participate in free and fair elections. And whereas the Citrus County School Board provides essential leadership, oversight, and advocacy to ensure that every student in Citrus County has access to high-quality education and opportunities for success. And whereas the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners provides leadership, policy direction, and responsible governance, working to enhance quality of life, support economic opportunity, protect natural resources, and ensure the effective delivery of county services. And whereas the collective efforts of these offices and the dedicated public servants who staff them strengthen Citrus County every day through the professionalism and compassion and unwavering commitment to serve the public. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners do hereby recognize the week of May 2nd through the May 9th, as Public Service Week, and the residents are encouraged to join in expressing appreciation for the many contributions of our county's public servants, whose work ensures a safe, just, and vibrant community for all. Executed this 20th day of April, 2026. Would all those representing National Photography Month make your way forward, please? Whereas photography is a vital and expressive art form that documents history, preserves culture, and encourages creative expression throughout the community. And whereas the Art Center of Citrus County and the Shutterbug Art Center are dedicated to advancing the art of photography through education, exhibitions, and outreach, providing opportunities for artists of all skill levels to learn, create, and share their work. And whereas National Photography Month is celebrated each May to recognize the artistic, educational, and cultural contributions of photography nationwide. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners that the month of May is hereby designated as Celebrating the Art of Photography Month in Citrus County, sponsored by the Art Center of Citrus County and the Arts Center Shutterbugs. In honor of National Photography Month, and the board does hereby encourage all residents and visitors to participate in and support the May photography events and exhibition, celebrating the creativity and talent of our local and regional photographers. Executed this 28th day of April, 2026.
Okay. Quickly, the Art Center Shutterbugs is having an opening reception this Friday night at 6:30 at the Art Center of Citrus County. And we would like everybody to please join us to help us celebrate photography, the art of photography. We have some really talented people in this county, and it's worth a visit. So we hope to see you Friday night.
Would all those representing Child Care Provider Appreciation Day please make your way forward? Whereas early care and education providers in Citrus County play a vital role in nurturing and educating young children, supporting working families, and strengthening the economic vitality of our community. Quality early learning experiences build the foundation for lifelong success by promoting school readiness, healthy development, and strong social and emotional skills during the most critical years of brain development. And whereas child care professionals demonstrate daily dedication, compassion, and professionalism, often serving as trusted partners to families and essential contributors to the local workforce infrastructure. And whereas the Early Learning Coalition of the Nature Coast works in partnership with Citrus County providers to administer the school readiness and voluntary pre-kindergarten VPK programs, offer professional development and technical assistance, and expand access to high-quality early learning opportunities for children and families. And whereas May 8th, 2026, the Friday before Mother's Day, is recognized nationally and throughout the state of Florida as Provider Appreciation Day, a time to celebrate the invaluable contributions of child care providers. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners, on behalf of the Board and the citizens of Citrus County, Florida, do hereby proclaim May 8th, 2026 as Child Care Provider Appreciation Day in Citrus County, Florida, and encourages all residents to recognize, thank, and celebrate child care providers for the unwavering commitment to the children and families that they serve, and for the essential role in building a stronger future for our community. Executed this 20th day of April, 2026.
I just want to say this is really exciting because these are the most developmentally important years for children. And to have the support of the coalition and the county and the people, the volunteers and everybody in the county to invest in our children is so super important. So just thank you for recognizing the work and dedication of everybody that goes into the children of our county.
Would all those representing Keep Citrus County Beautiful to the Division of Aquatic Services make your way forward, please? Whereas Keep Citrus County Beautiful, an affiliate of Keep America Beautiful and Keep Florida Beautiful, was incorporated as a 501c3 nonprofit organization in 2001 to encourage personal responsibility and community stewardship for litter abatement, recycling awareness, and community beautification. And whereas Keep Citrus County Beautiful created the Pride Award to recognize those individuals and organizations investing their personal time and efforts to preserving our county's natural beauty and environmental health by reducing litter, promoting recycling, and beautifying our community. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County joins with Keep Citrus County Beautiful in commending and thanking the Citrus County Division of Aquatic Services for its innovative recycling initiative of using demolished barge canal bridge materials to create an offshore artificial reef that greatly contributes to enhancing marine biodiversity, restoring damaged ecosystems, and supporting sustainable fishing practices. Executed this 28th day of April, 2026.
So again, on behalf of Keep Citrus County Beautiful, again, we are always grateful for the continued partnership that we have with the Board of County Commissioners that allows us this opportunity to publicly thank all the organizations and individuals that are in our county helping to keep it beautiful as well. But today we're really proud to honor the county's Division of Aquatic Services with this Pride Award for not only for that innovative recycling, they repurposed and recycled. Two of the three R's for recycling in the demolition of the Barge Canal Bridge, but also for more than 30 years of partnership that Keep Citrus County Beautiful and Save Our Waters Week has had with the Aquatics Division, putting out the county's annual coastal cleanup, also known as Adopt a Shore, over the years. It's a collaboration that we deeply value and continue to support for many years to come. This year, it'll be September the 19th will be the annual the cleanup date itself, so stay tuned. We're already working with Aquatics Department to pull that off. So again, congratulations to your entire team for your dedication and hard work in keeping our county's waterways clean and beautiful. You're welcome.
Would all those representing National Volunteer Week please make your way forward? Whereas it is by the talent, generosity, and energy of volunteers that continue to be Citrus County's most valuable resource, and our community will be deprived of numerous programs, services, and activities without the support and involvement of volunteers. And whereas in 2025, Nature Coast Volunteer Center volunteers collectively served 47,656 hours at a value of $1,657,963. And whereas every year millions of Americans selflessly dedicate their time in service to our nation, serving as a testament to the compassion and generous nature of the American spirit. And whereas Citrus County is firmly dedicated to fostering a culture of volunteerism and promoting national service among its esteemed citizens. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim April 19th to the 25th, 2026 as National Volunteer Week in Citrus County, and urges all citizens to help recognize and renew the volunteer spirit of Citrus County by committing to address the needs of our community through service. Executed this 28th day of April, 2026.
On behalf of the Nature Coast Volunteer Center, we want to thank you for your unwavering support and acknowledgement of the exceptional volunteer efforts in Citrus County. It is with great pleasure that we celebrate National Volunteer Week to honor and recognize the invaluable contributions of all volunteers throughout our county. We are deeply grateful for the selfless dedication and tireless commitment of our volunteers who work to make our community a better place. Their unwavering spirit of service and generosity of time and resources have made a significant impact on the lives of countless individuals and families in need. We are proud to stand alongside our volunteers who embody the very best of our county and serve as a shining example of what can be achieved when we work together towards a common goal. Thank you.
Okay, board, when you're ready and settled, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Oh, I am so sorry, we have time certains first. Sheriff, are you ready?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Just first want to start off, thanks for having us here today to talk about this issue regarding our detention center in Lecanto. I will tell you that this has been a pretty heavy lift in the last month of getting numbers together and putting all these considerations in when we look at the cost of operating the jail. But I'd be remiss if I didn't thank our staff at the Sheriff's Office. When this all broke a month ago, and I told them we need to start building this on top of everything else we have going on. You know, I had some big eyes, but they've done a great job, so I appreciate their work. Also, Sheriff Nienhuis in Hernando County, I can't thank him enough publicly for allowing his staff to help us navigate what this looks like. They've had this exact same experience in 2010 in Hernando County. And Major Sean Klusnick is here with us today, and later in the presentation, if he has some specific things that he'd be able to talk about if you have questions about. So just want to thank them publicly for that. You know, as we head into this presentation, I think, you know, it's important for us that you as commissioners and myself as sheriff, that we educate ourselves and are the best informed moving forward when we look at making decisions of this magnitude. So I hope today just shed some light on what we think are the initial costs of what it would be bringing this operation back under the Sheriff's Office. And as we move forward and talking about, you know, in my goal in all of this is to provide you with real numbers that it's going to take to run an efficient and effective detention center. So I appreciate that. So does this work, Reese? All right, very good. So we've been working on this presentation, and I will tell you, your paper is probably still warm. I know that you know, there was some time certain things, but we have literally been working on this all the way up until 45 minutes before this meeting, putting all of this information together because there were still numbers and things that we were collecting. This is a big task, so I appreciate your patience with that. But what you have in the book that I provided you, you do have this presentation. There's also a letter that I had drafted to all of you back on April 9th to the county administrator as well, with some initial questions and the answers to those questions. I don't know that if you saw those, but I included them in your binders. And then some other talking points that we'll get to, interlocal agreements, and then an organizational chart of what the detention bureau would look like at the Sheriff's Office is included in your packet there, which is also in the presentation. So first, we'll just talk about the priorities. You know, obviously, our priority when we looked at this was staffing for our facility. I know that that's been a concern of the counties over the years, and the staffing numbers with core civic. So we obviously wanted to build a model that was built on safe staffing numbers there. Secondly, with that was evaluating in-house versus contracted services. There's several areas in county jails that you can contract services out. And we looked at some subject matter experts and say, what are the advantages and disadvantages of some of those things? And the most obvious ones are medical, your food service, and your commissary at the jail. And then, you know, looking at dental and dietitian services in addition to the medical, and maybe contracting some of those with the health department. I will tell you that I have not been able to have that conversation with our health department, but looking at other counties utilizing the health departments to help with some of those dental services and their dietitian with their food services has been beneficial. So looking at medical, let me just talk about that real quick before we move on. Medical, I will tell you, I'm not a doc. There's a doctor here, but I'm not a doctor. And in medical services is that foreign object. So I have a lot of questions about medical. What I will tell you is looking at models for counties that run their own medical versus contracted medical, there's a significant cost difference. And just in the time that we've been able to get one vendor to contact us back to say, hey, what would that cost look like? It's about $1 million difference if we ran medical and hired the employees versus a contractor running medical services at the jail. That's all within the jail. It's not outside services like the contract has currently with Core Civic. Anything outside the jail is county responsibility, but inside the jail, staffing that. I think that in my conversations with other counties, the benefit of having your own staff working for you as the employer is that you can help drive those decisions about, making sure we're providing good medical care inside the facility to prevent things from going outside the facility if they don't have to. So I think there's some advantages to that. We're trying to evaluate current facility conditions, and Core Civic has been gracious for us, and we've had staff out there doing tours, looking at some of their IT infrastructure, facility conditions, and I know that you guys see that with your own facility crew as well, as that is your building. So we've been looking at that. Determining the ownership of property, that's one of the questions that we put forth back on that April 9th letter, is, this has been 30 years since the counties actually ran the jail, so what property actually do we own still that's inside the jail? Because there's a lot of things in food service and laundry equipment, all of those things that are high ticket items to make sure that who owns that. And if we did separate in that contract, what is staying and what is going? So looking at some of those questions that are still, as of today, unanswered that we would still have to get moving forward. And then building a budget based on our proposed salary plan. What you're going to see from me today when we start talking about numbers, we base this staffing model on the proposed salary plan that we presented to you just over a month ago for the Sheriff's Office employees. So I think that you'll be surprised when you see where the numbers are at based on that new salary plan, because my goal is to provide a good salary structure that we attract the talent that we need. This is not an easy job. You've got to pay people a decent wage and make a living here. So I thought it was prudent to come in and start where most sheriff's offices today start corrections officers and deputy sheriffs at the same pay rate. So you'll see that in our numbers there. And then identifying potential future revenue sources to help offset the facility costs and personnel costs. There are state and federal contracts for housing out there. As you know, our jail, I'm not sure the exact number, it's somewhere between 760 and 790 that we can house at our facility. And depending on our average daily population of county inmates, that provides a certain number of beds that are up for contract with the federal marshals and other state agencies. So looking at that as potential revenues, and I know that we currently have a contract with the marshals, and we'll talk about that as well. Inmate welfare fund, the application of funds to impacted positions. In most sheriff's office ran jails, they utilize inmate welfare fund to help fund the positions that are directly related to inmate well-being. So in our model, there's 3.5 positions that we feel the inmate welfare fund should be able to produce the revenue to pay for those positions. So this was just a recap of some of the questions that we put in there initially in your letter on April 9th, and you have those answers in your packet that was provided by county staff. One of the first ones right off the gate was, is this going to be a separation of convenience or a separation for cause? And I think that that's something that the board and the county needs to determine, because that brings certain things into play regarding funding. As far as if it is a cause separation, there is a performance bond, but that's for the lawyers to figure out, right, Ms. Lynn? But some of those things that we talked about, again, just highlighting some of those questions in there. The inmate welfare fund, I will tell you that the last amount that we saw on an audit was about $250,000 in the inmate welfare fund, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. Seems very low comparative to other counties and what their balance in their inmate welfare fund is. So just some things that I think we can do better with that. So our staffing model, when we put this together, it's in total 169 positions. We would create a new bureau at the sheriff's office that would be ran by a major, or essentially the major position would be the warden at our jail. But that includes our current judicial and court services personnel, and that is 33 positions that already exist in our budget. So there would be 136 positions to fill. 83 sworn members, that's your corrections officers that we would need to hire. 30 civilian positions and 23 medical positions that we would need to hire in that staffing model. The three main areas are jail operations, your medical, and then your court services. Again, court services is something that you see every year in a separate budget. That's all of your courthouse security, your bailiffs, and those things. That would still remain in its segregated budget, but a lot of our current judicial budget would move over into the jail operations budget, detention bureau. So when you break that down, the jail operations and medical staff, that's when you look at the administration, that's your major and your command structure there. There's 5 sworn and 3 civilian there. The housing section, which is all of your, where they're housed, 54 sworn and 12 civilian. Your booking section is 12 sworn and 3 civilian. And your administrative section, which is all of your food service, laundry, maintenance, all of those things, that's 40 sworn positions and 17 civilian positions. Over on the medical side, you would have 9 RNs, 8 LPNs, 2 APRNs, 1 CNA, 1 social worker, and 2 mental health workers there, totaling 23 on the medical side. And then this is what's currently funded in our budget. So this is not new dollars, this is existing dollars in our judicial services. That's 14 sworn positions and 4.5 civilian positions, and that totals about $2.65 million in our current budget. And again, our court services, you'll see that in a separate budget as well. And this is the last page in your book is a blown up version of this organizational chart. I know it's hard to read on the monitor, so I printed a large copy. It's the last page in your binder. But this is what that organizational chart would look like. And you'll see the color coding up there, that anything in lavender that has a lavender font or a lavender box is existing positions at the sheriff's office. And then all of the other ones are the new positions there. So you can see it's quite a big operation there at the jail. Again, starts up with the major at the top, a captain, and then your 2 lieutenants and your medical director is the key staff there. So the big question is, what's this going to cost? That's the $1 million question, or several $1 million, I should say. Mm-hmm. So jail operations, if we broke it down into a couple of sections, we really looked at jail operations and medical. It's about $12.4 million in salary for your jail operations and about $3 million in operating budget. That totals about $15.4 million on the jail operations. And then your medical, about $2.6 million in salary and about $500,000 in operating, totaling about $3.1. And then there's that $305,000 in salary that we believe that the inmate welfare fund should be able to fund, even though we put that in our total budget because we're not sure the health of that fund yet, and we didn't want to cut ourselves short. But that inmate welfare fund, if managed correctly, should pay for that $305,000. But that is included in the $18.8 million that we're estimating right now as new budget dollars to run the detention center. And you can see the breakdown of that: 80% salary, 18% operating, and about 2% in your inmate welfare fund. So transition costs. This is the one that we'll probably work on past today, and if we decide to keep going down this road. But who owns what there at the jail? As I said earlier, some of those high ticket items: your kitchen, your laundry, security equipment, medical equipment, communications, inmate supplies, and then key control. Talking with Hernando when they took over the jail in 2010. They were interviewing people after the fact, and they were coming back in for their interviews with keys to the jail saying, hey, they never collected these. Do you need these keys back? So they learned very quickly that they should rekey the jail. Rekeying a jail, 2010, cost them around $70,000 to rekey the jail. So that's a big consideration going into this. So figuring out a lot of those big ticket items. And then you start looking at some of the startup costs with that. Obviously that, there's going to be transport vehicles that are needed. We estimated that at about $450,000. Uniforms and gear for all of our new hires is about $500,000. The IT networking, about $125,000. Your jail management system, Core Civic has a proprietary system that manages inmate records so that they own it, they built it. So if they were to leave, that system would go with them. We would need to replace the jail management system. The first quote that we've gotten back as of today was from Motorola, who we have a lot of interoperability with within the county. They have a JMS system, but the first year onboarding of that is about $370,000 for a new JMS system. And then your medical records management system is about $170,000 your first year. And then there's two to be determines, obviously food service supplies and facility supplies, everything it takes to do the day-to-day operations there. And then you have the radio system infrastructure, about $100,000. We estimate that at your portable radios. The current radio system inside the jail does not work with the county radio system, so we'd have to consider, do we stick with a system that's not on the county system, or do we look at something that is compatible with the county system? But we're estimating that transition about $250,000. And then the last bullet there, I was literally just getting numbers back on inmate clothing. It's amazing what you learn when you research a jail, about all the things you have to learn about with sandals and clothing and winter gear. But that initial, if we had to replace 3 sets of inmate clothing, is about $200,000 for inmate clothing. So if you were to add up all of that there on that page, it's a little over $2 million, about 2.16 if you did the math. Again, those are just estimates of what we're considering as things that might need replaced right out of the gate. So continue with the transition costs. Some of the things, if we do decide to move away from that contract, there's a few key personnel that we would need to hire within this budget year, the 25-26, and create like a transition task force, I call it. You would need to hire a jail administrator, who would be your warden, an administrative lieutenant, and your medical director. Those, in my conversations, are the 3 key people that are going to make some significant decisions about hiring staff in the direction of those sections. So after those 3, your food services coordinator would probably be the next one, and then your classification person would be after that. So there is some key positions that we would need to get hired as soon as possible if we do transition to the sheriff's office for that. The good news is some of the possibilities for some of those transitional costs are state grants. So right now, we participate in under all of the requirements of the governor for any kind of immigration enforcement in the state. If someone comes in on a criminal warrant and has a hold for immigration, we are in line with that, and we report out that monthly. What that does for us as a county is, if it's a county-run facility or a sheriff's ran facility, it enables you to apply for grant funding to help offset any of those costs that relate to inmate health and safety. So there's a lot of things being funded out of that right now, and there's still quite a big pot at the state level. Just as of last week or the week before, there's about $200 million left to be dispersed in that grant, and they are asking for agencies to apply for things. So when you start talking about jail management systems, transport vehicles, all those things that we can tie back to inmate care, we have the eligibility to apply for some of those things to help offset some of these year 1 costs with that state grant. So things like body scanners, all of those things for inside the jail to help with inmates. So there is that possibility we could offset some of that. When we look at the future revenue, and I know Major Kluznik is here on these next couple of slides that I'll talk about, is about revenue, because I think it's extremely important. Our goal with this model, I would ask the federal marshals to suspend any contracts that we have with them currently until we stabilize the jail. My concern, as well as what should be your concern, is county inmates. That is our priority. And until I felt comfortable that we were stabilizing staffing and doing that appropriately, I wouldn't want to incur right out of the gate that contract. Not to say that we wouldn't be ready within a short period of time to bring that on, but adding more federal inmates is going to require more staff. So it's all relative. If you have those more inmates, you're going to need the staff to do that. So the example that I put on here, and this is based on today's rates, let's just say we have one open pod in the south unit. The south unit is the original unit that was built out the jail. Each pod handles about 100 inmates. If we were to have one pod availability there, the current rate's $118. You times that by 100 bodies, 365 days in a year, that revenue is about $4.3 million that we would generate there. The additional staff needed to supervise that pod is 8 correctional officers and 4 control room operators. You total that up, it's about $968,000 additional dollars in salary and about $500,000 in operating, and I estimated that really high. That is all for your medical, your clothing, and food. So about $1.5 million. You do the math on that, it's a potential revenue source to help offset some of those costs for our facility of almost $2.8 million. So there is that potential out there. The thing that I see about that is all of those dollars would stay here in Citrus County, helping us, offset future costs for the facility there. So there is that possibility with the Marshals contract. And then we move on to the Inmate Welfare Fund. Again, this is a fund that I think it seems low when you look at the welfare fund here in Citrus County. But essentially, the Inmate Welfare Fund is designed to pay for anything that benefits the inmates. Things like literacy program, vocational training, education programs, faith-based substance abuse facility conditions, technology for inmate health and safety, and wellness programs. These are those positions, again, that I've, initially about 3.5 positions that I believe that this fund should be able to pay for. Hernando County has done, in my opinion, a very good job of maximizing the potential of these outside revenue sources. And I do have Major Klusnick here that can talk a little bit about that if you'd like to hear some of the things that they're doing in Hernando County and how this is benefiting there, if you'd like to hear that. Yeah. All right. Major Klusnick?
Sure.
All right.
Welcome, Major.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Sean Klusnick for the record. So we can talk about the welfare fund first. So we have the choice. So Florida statute requires that commissary proceeds go into the inmate welfare fund. That's it. By policy, we had historically placed phone revenues into the inmate welfare fund too. Sheriff Nice's thought process, my thought process is that if the loved ones of the inmates are going to be paying for the phones, basically they're not making their own money, so that somebody's going to put the money on their accounts. Those proceeds should go into the inmate welfare fund too. So that's what we've done. We've been able to support roughly 5 full-time positions. All those positions are basically positions that I wouldn't feel comfortable coming forward and asking the board in my county to fund. So my responsibility is safety, security, medical, not necessarily GED instruction. So the GED instructor is paid for out of the inmate welfare fund. The visitation clerks that monitor visits, they're paid for that because it's a direct benefit to the inmate. So we've been pretty successful in securing that. Now, I had some concerns because recently, as of April 4th or 6th, one of the two, the FCC changed the rules, and now local jurisdictions cannot collect proceeds from phone revenue anymore. So that went away. So that was $450,000 we were bringing in every year. That's gone. So now we're going to have to fully depend on our commissary. So, but I think we're going to be okay. I think we've done a good job. Our nest egg, we really slowed spending down, knowing that the FCC ruling was going to change. Our nest egg's pretty solid. Our staff are safe when it comes to their salaries, and I wouldn't have to go to the commission and ask for change there. But the inmate welfare fund is controlled ultimately by the chief correctional officer, so the sheriff would be over that fund, and we have a committee by policy that votes on things. So if there's a big project that we want to do, or something large like our Guardian RFID system, which is our system that we have basically staff carry a cell phone to check cells to prove that they're looking at the inmates to make sure they're safe and alive. We pay for that. It's a direct benefit to the inmate population, so we pay for that with that funding too. It's a great tool. There's really no way, if you do it right, to cut off the top or borrow for it from it inappropriately. It's pretty solid when it comes to statute. So moving on to the inmate revenue fund is what we talk about. So 2014 is when we were able to start to bring federal inmates back into our facility. We have an interlocal agreement with the county that talks about that program. That program is all the revenues and all the proceeds from that program go back to the jail. So we have 23 full-time positions paid for through that revenue that support that program, and the rest of the money stays at the jail. So I took a tour of your jail about a year ago. I'd say that the physical structure of the jail, cursory view, tour view, looks a lot better than what we had. And our place looks a lot better now, 15, 16 years later. But all that benefit has been from the housing inmates from the Marshal Service, for a little while from the Bureau of Prisons, and we actually house for Pasco County too, right now. As a matter of fact, as of this morning, based on our count, we are creating $25,500 a day that's staying by interlocal agreement at the jail. So we have gone through some huge projects. My biggest one, my favorite one, was replacing our emergency generators at the facility. For some reason, when we took over, the generator that would come on seemed to power things we didn't need. Like, our body scanner and our fingerprint machine, that didn't come on, but you could plug a fan in down the hallway and you didn't need that. So we replaced all the generators. They're full facility. And on top of that, the air conditioner wouldn't run. So our first hurricane that we suffered through with the inmates, it was hot. Because there's no windows open. It wouldn't be very safe. So we replaced those generators for $1.2 million. Nobody really balked at it because it wasn't local tax dollars. It was revenue brought in. And at this point now, when the generator comes on, I don't even realize it happened. And I'm like, oh, the generator's running. When did the power go out? It's fantastic. But we've done a bunch of other stuff, including replacing roofs, replacing huge ACs. Obviously, they're very expensive. Anything corrections grade is way more expensive than usual. And we're looking forward to actually having a ribbon cutting here soon. We actually built some metal buildings in support of this program too. We built a warehouse. We built a new visitation center. We had a 20 or probably 30-year-old double-wide trailer that was housing our visitation. We replaced it with a metal building, built it out with inmate labor. It's beautiful. Actually, you'll see some pictures in the media here soon. And then we had a new maintenance area that we built using this funding. So it's been real beneficial. And it's the fact that we're creating local jobs on top of that. 23 positions has been awesome. So I know we had a sudden influx. It used to be 21,000 or so per day, but when the indictments came out of the jail, the marshals asked us to quickly move 35 to reduce their population for Citrus County. So our guys came up and moved 35 out the very next day. So benefit to us temporarily, but it's a little tighter than it was at our facility, but definitely want to support you guys any way we can. So one more topic the sheriff didn't mention is just the subsistence fees. I understand that Citrus County has a booking fee of $20, but I guess you guys don't charge a subsistence fee daily. Florida statute allows for that. It's an offset to offset the cost of jails. Ours is set at $3 in agreement with the board, and $3 a day. So if somebody has commissary money in their account, or we use Keefe, I believe Core Civic uses Keefe too. So the banking system's automatic. If somebody has something on their account to offset the cost of their incarceration in your facility, we collect $3 a day. Over the last 15 years or so, that's created about $4.4 million. That's a little less than what we're talking about housing people, but that's definitely money that's gone back to the board at the same time to benefit the whole program. So is there anything I can help, or any questions I can answer for you? No, fine.
Thank you for your presentation.
No
I
problem.
appreciate the extra information, and thanks for being here for our sheriff.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Major. So, I think that highlights just a couple of the opportunities that I see in the future as far as some revenue that can help offset some of those operational costs at our jail. So timelines, the things that we need to think about, obviously, depending on the direction we move from today, if we exit that contract with Core Civic, ideally, we would like to have it that 150 to 180 days to get things in order for a transition time. That really kind of puts us in line with October 1st of this year, and that would align our fiscal years. That might make things a little bit easier when it comes to budgets and budget years. Again, we would have to get on pretty quickly to hire those couple of key positions, and that would affect this year's budget, obviously, at the sheriff's office. and then creating a transition account that we would need to establish for purchases prior to the official transition date. Then establishing an interlocal agreement. I did create a draft copy of an interlocal agreement that was crafted with some of the language from Hernando County. Over the years, they've had a couple, so a combination of some of the key points in there. There's a draft of an interlocal there. And then, if needed, it takes about 13 weeks to train a correctional officer. So if we couldn't attract experienced officers to fill all of our positions, I know working with the school district that we could run an academy. 13 weeks, is plenty within that 180 days that we could support some recruits there. Again, we would have to do that like our sponsorship program on the law enforcement side. So there would be a little bit of upfront dollars for those positions to get them started, but the timeline we could support them to get them in the academy and hired on. So with that, that is a really 10,000 level view at what we project our budget to look like. Again, those are all estimates on what we think some of the staffing costs would be. I think when we talk about staffing our jail, that's our biggest concern. This is an aggressive pay plan, I believe, for the corrections profession. And I've heard from many folks in the profession that don't feel that we would have an issue recruiting the talent for those. I talked to a lieutenant at the Department of Corrections that has been there, I would say, almost 20 years. And she, as a lieutenant, is making what we would start our correctional officers at here in Citrus County. So Department of Corrections is quite a bit behind. I know the governor's been working hard to increase them, but they are still way behind. So I think that depending on the direction of the board, this is definitely something doable if we have the appropriate time to do that. But there's some things that will impact this year's budget, as well as setting aside some dollars that would need for those transitional costs. And again, if we do move forward, I would in quick order get on the state grants to try to see what we could offset there in the beginning for some of those big ticket items that comes to inmate safety. Any questions?
Commissioner Kennard.
Sure, thank you. Have you had any conversation yet with Core Civic about what pieces they might take with them, what they would leave behind? Would they be interested, or would you be interested in any of this stuff that, their transport vehicles or stuff like that?
Sure. I personally have not had any direct conversations. That was really kind of my intent of my April 9th letter, because the contract is really between the Board of County Commissioners and Core Civic. So I was hoping that someone on the county staff might be able to help answer some of those questions. But if we move forward after today and say, hey, this is the direction we think that we might be going, we need to have some more in-depth. I will tell you that a conversation that the warden had with one of my staff is that their intention is not to take everything out of the facility if they were to exit. So I did have a conversation with some of their executives from Tennessee, and they assured me that if the board decides to go this way, they want to be a good partner, and they're not looking to get something over on us for that. So I think the big part is establishing ownership, and then the condition of some of those things. Is everything in working condition? Is there things that need to be replaced? Things like that. Part of your letter and some of the things that you'll see in the answers from staff is there's some big facility things coming down the pipe. Fire suppression system that needs some work on. But again, those are all county building projects that hopefully are on your facilities radar. But things like that we'll just have to work through, is figuring out who owns what.
And the inmate management system or inmate record system? Mm-hmm. You said they had proprietary software. Is that something that if they did not take that with them, that you would be able to utilize, or it ties in with their server or whatever, that you would not be able to use it?
Yeah, I believe it being proprietary to their system, that all their infrastructure behind the scenes, if they exit, that would go with them. Okay. And to be very honest with you, our first vendor that we looked at was Motorola, and we run Motorola on the law enforcement side, their records management system. Their records would integrate with that jail management system. I think it would be a much better marriage between the two versus having a proprietary thing created by someone else. So one, I don't think that we would be able to keep their system. Second, I'm not sure that I would want to keep a system that's tied back to their databases.
Right, okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Bays?
Good afternoon, Sheriff. Kind of taking the long view, have you looked or calculated, like programming the education, vocational, the recidivism, and keeping the repeat offenders, things that we can do that would eliminate repeat offenders, going in and out of the jail? Working, with the public defender, the cost, the law enforcement, things like that, that we could actually reduce some of those numbers and have better outcomes.
Yeah, there is some counties doing great work when it comes to that. I know Hernando does a great job when it comes to the programs that they offer inside their jail. Again, the Inmate Welfare Fund pays for those programs, civilian positions, and there's a programs deputy position, that is their job, is to create those, those opportunities for people as they're exiting the jail, whether, if they're in there long enough to get their GED done, those facilities are helping facilitate those things. St. Johns County is another great example of the things that they're doing in jail. I think when you look at a county-run facility, our goal is for people not to come back. We're not in the business to make money housing people in Lecanto, and I think that's a big difference between a sheriff's ran jail and a private company's ran jail. We want to make sure that people have the resources as they're leaving when we send them down the street, that they're just not walking down Woodland Ridge with no idea how to get transportation somewhere. Maybe they lost their driver's license in the arrest process and now they can't apply for jobs. All of those things that I think we could do a better job on is helping. Again, those things help for that recidivism. So there's great models out there, to answer your question, Commissioner, about the things that county sheriffs are doing for that reentry back, and also education inside the facility while they're there.
I mean, we all know that there's a lot of chatter on the street and kind of what's been going on, but if we just had a reduction of 10% of people that are going back through the jail, have you modeled any of those numbers to kind of see what that looks like?
Yeah, I haven't dove that deep into it. My last month has been all numbers, but looking at programs, and I'm not sure if the major can comment on that, what they experience in Hernando County, but I am sure that with our staff and that investment into this community, I think that we could have those programs. Our goal is for you not to come back to jail. I think we can all agree on that. And anything that we can do on the front end of that while they're there in our custody, I think we should be doing those things. So I do think there's opportunity there. That is a long ball question, is figuring that out. But there's plenty of models out there that are doing great things that we could replicate here.
Well, I have no doubt that how you would run the jail, we would see some significant change in our community and getting help where it's deserved, whether it's mental illness, drug-related. I think the jail being ran by you, we would have a much better outcome in our community.
I appreciate that.
Commissioner Davis, do you have something?
Hello, good afternoon, Sheriff.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to start off with Commissioner Bay's last line, that I have no doubt that the fine men and women that serve under your leadership would do an exceptional job. Where I hesitate is the overall cost, the upfront cost and all that, when we don't know what's coming down from Tallahassee and all of that. There are so many ways. If this was 9 months or a year ago and what happened at the jail, I'd be like, I don't really care what it costs. Not really, guys, but you know what I mean. Then I think that would be a much larger incentive for me to do that. From what I understand, okay, and we see the numbers, the current warden has done a much better job with getting the staffing levels up. And I personally have gone to many of the committee meetings, the reentry committee, and they want to bring on that service. I mean, they already do the GEDs and everything, and I asked them, I said, I kind of laughed at it. I'm like, okay, guys, you're in the business of warehousing people. Like, you want more people to warehouse because it makes you more money. And they said, no, our corporate bent is to be the leader in kind of what the model you're going for, which is reducing recidivism. And they said, we will get more contracts by being better, community partners. Do I believe all of that? I don't know. I toured the jail yesterday, and what comes down in my mind is based on what's going on in Tallahassee and what our finances look like the next few years. I'm just a little reticent to pull the rug out from underneath them right now while they've promised to do full body scanners, which are, millions of dollars, and that should stop the body cavity transport, which is basically where the contraband's coming in. Can I be talked out of this position? Yes, I'm kind of here. But that's my hesitation.
Yeah, I told all of you a month ago that the first year is going to be difficult, and I understand that, and you guys know that I'm a pretty frugal person when it comes to spending money, and I always want to make sure that I and all of us here are spending taxpayer dollars efficiently. So I understand the cost of that. When it comes to, our reducing the numbers of people, we have tried to figure out why our daily population is more in Citrus County Jail than counties with more population than Citrus County. The math doesn't work out, and the only thing that we can come to a conclusion of that is that if you don't move bodies out, like for classification into DOC and stuff, and you hold on, that's another day you have of income for that person in the jail. So my goal would be to get our county inmate population back down to what should model our population, because right now I think it's inflated, and I don't know the real reason for that, but I think that we could do a better job on that. This first year, I'm not going to sugarcoat that at all. You saw the price tag of some of those things. This is something that you're going to have to put an investment into, and I say that as an investment. I stand here today and say, if we're here a year from now and it goes this way, you will have a better product at the Citrus County Detention Facility. I have no doubt about that. We don't have a lot of tolerance for a whole lot of nonsense in our business. So making sure that we run an efficient and effective jail out there, we pay people a good wage to make sure that they want to come to work and do a good job out there. That's what should be the question on our mind. Are we providing the best safety and security for inmates at the Citrus County Jail? And if you can say yes to that right now, as you sit here today, as it is, then you have your answer. But if your answer is, I think we could do better, then what's the price tag on that? Is it $500,000? Is it $2 million? What is that worth to you to have that safety and security in the back of your mind to say, hey, I don't have to worry about the operations of the jail out there because the sheriff's running it or a private contractor is running it. A good friend of mine I've known for a long time worked for the Department of Corrections, and he said something with me that has stuck for a long time. He says, someone's civil rights should never be about making money. And we have a private company running our jail. Private companies aren't in business to not make money. That's the difference between private business and government. I'm there to run a safe and efficient, taxpayer, dollar-driven operation, and that's what we'll do out there. Is it going to cost you a little bit up front? I think it will. I think a year from now, once we're stabilized and we start looking at some of these revenue funds, we have the bed space to help offset costs at that jail. I have no doubt about that. We have more bed space than Hernando County has available bed space. And look at what they're doing. They're doing great things down there, offsetting their costs. Talking to the major, they don't even budget facility costs in their budget, their general budget, because the inmate revenue fund pays for all their facility improvements. Those generator projects, all of those things that they're doing is because of the revenue that they're generating for their bed space there. So I think there's opportunities there. I think I have a lot of confidence in our team and what we can do out there. It's just a matter of if we can all swallow that pill and go out there and say, look, it costs us a little bit more up front, but it's going to be a better operation in the long run. If we're looking at the long game, that's what we should be looking at.
So to be clear, you have 100% earned my trust, and I know how frugal you are, and I really appreciate that. And your team that reports to you has earned my trust as well, so that's not an issue. I just don't see a clear price tag right now, and we're looking at $750 million backlog in road resurfacing and all these other things, right? So, you are, beyond a doubt, I believe, the best solution. But what is the price tag is the big reticence there. And have you looked at 55 inmates a day are there because of homelessness. So take those out. I mean, have the other counties, do they have the capacity for a well-run homeless recovery situation versus, we do have homeless shelters here, but they are very small and very limited capacity.
Yeah, and I know that I've read the work that you've done on that and some of those numbers and stuff. I would say we haven't had a good, clear look at what those numbers are. We're trusting.
$1.7 million.
Yeah, you're trusting it on
$87.25 a day times 55 inmates a day.
Yeah, but you're trusting that on data that Core Civic is giving you. So, I think that we should look deeper into that and say, hey, is that the reality? If that's the reality, how can we help reduce that? Again, I think it's about setting people up for success once they leave that facility, I think is a big part of that. But, I'm not sure that it's not that I don't trust your data and your math, because I know that that's good. Do we trust the numbers of
Well,
that
they had to
population?
devise basically an intake questionnaire to figure that out, because that's not something, a whole bunch of, I've done so much homework on this. So many of the entities don't actually track whether someone is homeless or not. Sometimes they can't. The hospitals actually can't ask that.
Yeah, we're not allowed either.
Yeah, and you're not allowed either, because I went to your command staff trying to get that number. But they did workarounds, I think, to just basically figure out if they're continually loitering, if they're shoplifting dinner at the Wawa, if they're, they just, I think some of it is a judgment call, but it floated between 53 and 58 a day.
Right.
And they did that for months, and it basically, the running average was always 55, so.
Yeah, I mean,
For what it's worth.
It could be everything from true homelessness to someone who's angry at the jail and won't give you their address, and they get marked as homeless because
Right.
they won't give you an address. So,
Right.
so I think we've got to.
It's
really
trust but verify, of course, it
trust but
always is,
verify. Good
so.
one. Good one. Yeah.
But
I'm
on your side, Sheriff, you know that.
I do. It's just what can we do as a county? I think that's the question. What are we able to do financially, and what's the right thing to do? And we just got to figure those things out.
Anything else? Did you have something else?
Yep. Sheriff, our former county administrator, anytime that we would get into this conversation about possibly taking jail back, he would caution us individually that if the county did run the jail, he said, you need to be careful. You're going to need a team of attorneys to fight the lawsuits. You've got buildings full of inmates who have nothing but time to come up with what's their next lawsuit.
Sure.
So does your plan take into account additional legal costs that the county could incur?
So to explain how that would work under the sheriff's office, every employee is covered by the Florida Sheriff's Risk Management Fund. That's who does all of our legal defense right now, and we do pay a premium for that for each employee. That's classified as, your law enforcement side, that's easy, but your corrections side, people that have classifications where there's inmate contact over 75% of the time, they require a certain insurance premium every year. That number is, and we did figure that into, just for your own number in your head, that's about $148,000 a year we would pay in that premium. But that is a team of lawyers that is there to defend Florida sheriffs. And I can tell you from my experience of defending lawsuits on the law enforcement side, they do a great job of defending Florida sheriffs when it comes to lawsuits in there. So the liability, I don't think any of us standing here could escape have zero liability in anything. You as the Board of County Commissioners, me as sheriff, people are going to sue you if they want to sue you. It just depends on how good your defense is and what is the product that you're putting out. And I think in the state of Florida anyway, our risk management fund does a great job defending Florida sheriffs, and that premium is built into there. So.
Did you have this conversation with the Hernando County Sheriff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's mixed opinions between sheriffs. Sheriffs will say, "You don't have the jail, woo!" And but most that do run their jails say, "Look, there's always liability running a jail. That's inherent with running a correctional facility because, like you said, inmates have nothing but time. But when you talk about the processes, we were just talking about that this morning. As long as you have good grievance processes in place for inmates and all of those like due process inside your facility, it really limits your liability. You know, can they sue you? Absolutely, they can sue you. But it's really probably going to be for something very egregious, which, you know, hopefully in a well-run facility is you don't have that come up very often. So it's about putting good processes in place, good policies to mitigate your risk there. And I think we would do a great job at that.
Commissioner Bays?
Sheriff Vincent, is Citrus County the last standing county in the state of Florida as a privatized contract?
It is. And I believe it's the only county contract that Core Civic as a company runs.
And they're a publicly traded company, correct?
I believe so. Yeah, I'm not a big
So they're
profile
in the
follower, yeah.
business to make money for their shareholders.
Yeah, and, you know, and we've talked to the board, and I'm sure that they've talked to you, their executives and stuff, and they will tell you, like, yeah, we don't make any money at the Lecanto jail. And I'm like, well, you've been doing it for 30 years. You know, that's not a good business plan if you're not making money. You know, why you keep doing it? You know, so do I believe that? I don't believe that. I think what you're going to see out of us, you know, I think that their current budget last year with the board was $16.6 million, plus their marshal's contract was about $5.5 million. You know, I'm not sure what their budget request this year is going to be. I don't think you guys will see that until July. I would venture to say it's going to increase, you know, so I think the discussion is where does my number land with their new number, because nobody knows what their new number is this year as we're all seeing the price of things going up. So I think that's a valid question. If anyone at Core Civic could answer that today, say what is your increase going to look like in the 26-27 budget? So might help you make a decision.
I think it'll be painful the first year, but as being the chair of the Public Safety Coordinating Council, I've worked pretty hard on this over the last 3 years and looking at it, and it's not gotten any better. I think we've done a lot of things to have good faith effort to work with them as far as even renegotiating the post positions on the positions that they were being fined for, and they still can't seem to get staffing the jail correctly. And I think the number of incidences that we've had at the jail, at least the last 3 years, 3.5 years that I've been on the board, speak for themselves. Mm-hmm. And just working through the alternative court system and hearings and working through the court and listening to the judges, I can see that there's some significant issues that I think the status quo is going to be the most costly option for us in the long run. And so if there's a time that we're going to bite the bullet, I think now we're going to have to just figure it out. And I think by year 2, we'll be running in the black, and it'll be a much better position for our county as a whole.
Yeah, when we talk about staffing too, Commissioner, on that point, we were talking before we came over here. Hernando County Sheriff ran jail. They're 100% staffed today, 100%. They don't have staffing issues at that jail, you know, and I think that's a testament to the culture in that jail, a culture with the agency that they don't, you know, 30 minutes down the road, they don't have a staffing problem, but 30 minutes up the road, we can't keep corrections officers there. It's about the environment that you're working in, the people that you work for, and the salary that you make. I think that's what it comes down to, why they don't have that problem.
Commissioner Knight?
The Sheriff, I've said right from the start of this, it was going to come down to a calculator. And I've got to tell you that your number came in much closer than I thought that it would. Certainly a credit to you and your team. And I've got to tell you, look, on the same topic of funding things that I initially was skeptical of, when the board voted to take over EMS or put EMS under fire services, I was skeptical of that, and I believe I actually voted against taking it over and felt that we needed to just increase the supplement to Nature Coast and keep them separate. I'm certainly not going to burst any bubbles here, but I have a tremendous amount of respect for Chief Stevens, and he has done an absolutely phenomenal job in bringing EMS. He had told us at that time, give him some time to make it right, and we did that, and he has kept his word and has made an EMS department or division truly second to none. And we've got some good news coming there. So I am, I'm going to support this. I'm prepared to go down this road. I have no doubt that that we will have a better product out there, and I think we need to continue going in this direction.
Thank you.
Now I get a turn.
Sure.
Well, thank you for putting this together. You know, this is something that I personally really wanted you to do. I think you've done a great job with it. Obviously, you know, we just got this. I'd like to look through it more. At the same time, walking through the door, the county, you know, gives some numbers. I have no doubt that the numbers will get tighter as you get in there, just because I know what you're committed to. I know, and we all have known because you forewarned us, there will be some upfront costs. Actually, I was going to give that example, Commissioner Kennard, about the EMS. It was, you know, some takeover costs, and then at the first bit, I mean, we've been paying more than we would have liked to, but now we're turning a corner, right, where it's going to be not only a much better service for the taxpayers, it will be less costly to the taxpayers. And I do feel like this is going to be the same. We have some reserve money. We have some money for this. We can make this work. And then, you know, I have no doubt in the future, your numbers would be getting more and more reasonable. And anytime you're in private entity, because they want to make money, their numbers are going to go up, right? The benefit for us having you run it is that you're not looking to make money. So your profits, so to speak, are going to be to help the county, to help the citizens. I have no doubt once you get this off the ground, that the Marshal Service will put their faith back into the jail system. Right now, Hernando County, congratulations, Major. You're, you know, you're doing even better. Although we took the hit, but I think once that all turns around, I think that you'll keep more people out of the Citrus County jails, maybe more people with our state and federal partnerships, and that's just going to benefit our taxpayers. So again, just like we said with health, we're not only going to have a better service, but in the long run, it's going to be better for the taxpayers.
Yeah, I think, you know, my job as Chief Law Enforcement Officer is the safety and security of every person in Citrus County, and that doesn't stop if you're an incarcerated person in Citrus County. So my goal is providing that best service out there, because most people in Citrus County Jail are not convicted of crimes yet. I think people lose sight of that sometimes, that, you know, you went to jail and you're in jail, that you're convicted of crimes. Most of them are not convicted of crimes yet, so they deserve a safe place to be housed in a safe environment, and I have no doubt that we will provide that for them out there. So again, you know, I think all of us here today are looking out for the best interests of this community. And, you know, like I said, first year, it's going to be tough, and we got to figure those out, and how do we get there. But I think you're going to see the benefit in the years to come with that is retaining that local control over something so important.
And we don't have, this isn't for people watching, a votable agenda item today. This was quick work for you.
Quick work, yeah.
Very quick work.
And like I opened to, Commissioner, is you know, and I expected that today. I want you to be able to digest the material, come back to me with questions that you have that I can help answer for you. Again, I think we need to be educated and informed about everything. And if you have a question, I don't want there to be an unanswered question in your mind when you're voting on something this important. So please, whatever time that is, I know that time is of the essence, right? And we don't want to have this big drawn out long thing and be talking about this a year from now. But I think we all need to be informed and educated making that decision. I'd be happy to do that over the coming weeks for you guys.
Thank you. I'm sure that I'll have more questions for you, for the attorney, probably for our OMB team. But I feel like we're moving in the right direction at this point.
Okay.
Thank you, Sheriff. And thank you, Major, for being here today.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next time certain is a presentation from, am I saying it right, Gayring Insurance? Hi.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chairman. Today, I have Sean Fleming, who's our Senior Benefit Consultant from the Gehring Group. And excuse me, my name is Jessica Flynn, Human Resources Director. So we have Sean Fleming from the Gehring Group. He is providing a high-level presentation overview of our county insurance offerings as we get ready to go into our renewal season. We'd love for him to share some of this data and information with you. And if you have any questions, please feel free.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for the opportunity to be here. So as Jessica said, we wanted to take a couple minutes, not going to be, go too deep into anything, but just talk about kind of mid-year status on the health plan. As you know, as was alluded earlier, obviously, we don't fully know what's coming down from Tallahassee, but we're looking at health insurance regardless throughout the year, as it is a key cost driver for all of our groups across the state. So we wanted to give you a little bit of update, actually some good news on a couple of things, and just kind of set a little bit of landscape here at the mid-year point before we get in the next couple of months a little bit deeper into renewal. So real quick, I will not be super detailed, so you stop me with any questions here. Just going to hit on a couple high-level things. We're going to talk a little bit about the plan, what's going on in the market as a whole. Where the county compares, there have been some questions in the past about costs that employees pay. How do those compare to other entities around you? Obviously, the health plan, on top of all your benefits, is a key recruiting and retention tool. So we like to keep that in light. And then we'll just talk a little bit briefly about what we're looking at in the next couple months as we jump into renewal. So I always like to start with this slide just to give everyone an idea of the landscape and kind of what we're facing. And that blue line that you see on here is PricewaterhouseCoopers does a survey every year, and they look at, we can't use simple terms like medical inflation, we have to call it trend, but that's our fancy word for medical inflation. Really, what are costs going up, medical care, on a year-over-year basis? And that blue line you'll see back in 2007, before the Great Recession, we were at over 12% annual inflationary impact. So if you just had the same thing that happened in the last year and the current year, it cost 12% more. We dropped a little bit with the recession. The last couple years, we've been trending back up. As you know, regular inflation, if we graph that, is higher than it's been as a whole. On a side note, I saw a chart yesterday that broke this out going into the future, and it actually had a couple of separate lines. One of them was based on whether or not you cover GLP-1 medications for weight loss. So those medications are having such a big impact in industry-wide on groups that they're starting to break this data out, whether or not you do or don't cover that. Just so everyone knows, the county's plan, GLP-1 coverage is only for medically necessary diabetes, so we don't have that optional coverage. But it's one of the items driving costs. When we look at all that, Florida typically is about 3% higher than the rest of the nation, largely because of the amount of individuals across the state that their care is primarily delivered through Medicare. Those reimbursements to hospitals for Medicare are typically offset by private insurance. Sometimes private insurance pays as much as double. So you have a state where you have a lot of Medicare revenues to a hospital, they have to make up for what they consider the underpayment on that with higher rates on private insurance. So real high level, have just a side-by-side of the two plans that are offered to county employees. We have what we call kind of a traditional PPO, where employees have co-pays for the primary services that they'll use throughout the year. They have a deductible if they go into the hospital, anything on the more expensive side, and then an out-of-pocket maximum. So let's say you get diagnosed with cancer or have something more catastrophic, you're gonna spend up until you've hit $4,500 as a single individual, $9,000 if as a family, if multiple of you are having claims situations. And then we also added, going back, we'll look at the timeline, but we added a high deductible plan with a health savings account. So the way that that plan works is if employees want to, they get a little bit of savings with some of the premiums, especially for family coverage. If they want to take that plan, they have a $5,000 deductible up front. But the benefit is they can put money away pre-tax in a health savings account to use for when those expenses occur. So that money grows tax-free. They can put it in pre-tax, and they can also take it out without any taxable event. But everything on that plan is subject to the deductible before any other cost share kicks in. So real quick timeline, just like to look back, going back to 2021, we did an RFP in 2021. Florida Blue was retained. So when we do an RFP, we go out and we look at not only rates that are provided to administer the plan, but also network discounts. So when I go to the hospital, when I go to the doctor, what am I paying, and how does the discount that Florida Blue in this situation gets compared to any other carrier out there, to make sure that we're getting the county taxpayers the best overall rate for that care. 2022, we got rid of, the county had a pretty rich buy-up plan that was driving some costs up, so we got rid of that plan. In 2023, we went from a 2-tier to a 4-tier structure. So before, if I covered anyone more than myself, I paid a family rate. When we went to 4-tier, now somebody just covering their spouse, just covering their children, or covering their whole family, there were different rates set up to more appropriately align those costs with the number of people on the plan. 2024 was the first year where the county did kick in some money towards dependent coverage. So prior to that, the county just paid for the single rate and employees paid the rest. And then in 2025, a couple things, we did do another RFP just to make sure we're still in the most competitive spot with the current carrier. Florida Blue did really stand out as the most competitive there. And then we added a high deductible health plan in 2025. So real quick, how is the plan running? Overall, the plan, when we look at the last couple years, the plan is running very well. Just to give you an idea, year to date, our claims costs are only up 2%. Where just regular medical inflation at close to 9%. The county is performing better than the market in that regard. We've had a little bit of increase of members on the plan. So members isn't just employees, it would also be your dependents. So some of those subsidies towards dependent coverage has added to more people covering dependents. Not a whole lot, but that actually helps the plan as a whole. If you think about it, children cost a lot less in general than the rest of us that are a little bit older. So that's helping the plan in that regard. So when we look on a per head basis, we're only up 0.9%. Most of our entities right now, when we're looking at that number, are double digits, 10% or more year over year. So the county really, some of the things we've done the last couple of years are really helping the plan right now financially. And then pharmacy costs, looking at just medical versus pharmacy, we're only up 3.7% year over year. Pharmacy right now for a lot of entities is up over 20% when you break that out on its own. And here's just a graph of where those claims, we take the claims each month and each year and look at on a monthly basis where are those trending. So you will see, 2025 plan year to date, we've actually had a little bit of a reduction in the gross claims. And that gold line is really looking at that 9% medical inflation to benchmark how is the county comparing to medical inflation. Are we doing better or are we doing worse? Doing slightly better in this regard. So as we said, we talk about pharmacy. When we look at all pharmacy costs before any reinsurance, and I'll talk about this in a second, they were up 26%. That is largely due to, if you look on the right, some medications for oncology, hematology, blood-related disorders, and what we call autoimmune. So if you've turned on the TV, you've seen Stelara, Enbrel, Humira, any of those, that's our autoimmune category. A lot of those are covered by our reinsurance coverage, which once any individual hits $200,000 a year in claims, that reinsurance reimburses that. But within that, and we look more kind of directly into what's driving that, are specialty pharmacy costs, which are going to be medications that are things like oncology, things that are maybe you have to go to an infusion center to get, these really complex medicines, which again, a lot is being covered by reinsurance. That has risen about $2 million. A lot of our other things have actually come down, which is good, but those specialty drugs have come up. So overall, we have very little growth in total, which is fantastic. When we dive into it, we have a little bit more looking at the makeup. We have a big increase in those specialty drugs. So it's something we're continuing to watch outside of the specialty category. Almost all of our growth is GLP-1 medications for diabetes, where you have individuals where the older mix of medicine might have been $50 to $100 a month. Now we're talking about medications that can be $1,000 a month. So without the population health necessarily changing, we get significantly higher costs. Any questions up to there? I know y'all have had a lot today already with jails, so I'm going on the quicker side. We looked at a couple things, both for single and family. How does the county's cost share compare to other similar sized counties? In the parentheses is the employee count on the health plans for each of those groups. You'll see the county really in line with the bulk of entities in that single coverage is covered at 100%. So yourselves, Hernando, Highlands, all charge $0. Charlotte County charges $26, but it also includes the dental and the vision. So when you back those out, it's essentially $0 for the medical. And then Pasco a little bit higher at 140. The rates on the right do vary, all within a relative range. That's going to be driven by a number of things: demographics, plan design, catastrophic claims, all those things, even geographic area. And then we have the same same table looking at family coverage. When we look at that, the county does charge a little bit more for full family coverage than some of the other surrounding entities. This is really kind of going back to my timeline. One of the biggest reasons that we put the 4-tier structure in is there are lower rates for individuals that are only covering children or that are only covering their spouse and not covering that full family. So this is comparing the full family unit, but there are some lower price points in there if you don't need to cover everyone. So lastly, we're working now as we go into more formal on budget, just looking at projections. Overall, the plan is trending significantly better than in the past couple of years. Initial projections look to be below medical inflation by at least 3 to 4 points, if not a little bit lower when we get a little bit more data. So from a budget point of view, the plan really is in financially sound, great position, and we're looking at lesser needed increases than the last couple of years. And with that, I know I kind of flew through that, but happy to answer any questions on these slides or just in general.
Board, any questions? Commissioner Davis?
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Okay, next up, we have the Capital Improvement Program presentation. Board, and I failed to mention to those in the audience and those watching during the approval of the agenda, if anyone was here for the presentation about impact fees, that did make it to the agenda. So we were in a little bit of a quandary because it was advertised, the date was wrong, then it got right, then it was advertised, then it wasn't on the agenda. Staff had pulled it, so correctly it should have come back and then we could have pulled it, but we couldn't just add it back because it had already went out. So on behalf of all of us, I would like to say, and county government, that we apologize for the error. Everybody makes mistakes, including government. When I looked, though, it did need to come back because it was advertised 3 days prior to all of us voting to have it. So we made a few blunders. I think that's room for growth, and staff is figuring out what kind of happened in that timeline, and we're just going to bring it back the right way. It's going to be publicly announced in a proper fashion, and we will all it will come back, and then the board can decide what to do with it from there.
Well, Madam Chair, it worked out in our favor anyway since Janet's not here.
That's right. We are missing one commissioner here today.
It had to be a
so-
5-0 vote.
So again, on behalf of Citrus County, I apologize, and staff will be bringing that back to us. And thank you, board, for your patience. Hi, Tammy. Miss Tammy Wilson.
Hi, Miss Diana Finnegan. Tammy Wilson, Director of Budget and Management. I'm here today, Commissioners, good afternoon, to present our 2027 through 2031 Capital Improvement Program. I do want to remind you, this is a workshop. We are here to get your consensus on what projects you want to see. These are projects that our departments have brought to us and that they are proposing to be put into this capital improvement plan. This is a multi-year plan. Only the first year goes into the budget this year. We do need to have a lot of these in our plan because to seek grant funding, they need to have been in the capital improvement plan, and we can't just make them up. And so as we move forward in our budgeting process, know some of these things, even after today, we might have to push things a year or two, depending on our funding. And I want to make one note. Page 16 will be removed from the capital improvement plan. The clerk has notified us that they do not need the remodel, so that is going to be, that's off, that's in 27, 28. We were not able to pull it down as it was already published, but it will be removed. All right. So first, the purpose of our capital improvement plan is, a capital improvement is anything over $50,000 that has a useful life of 10 years or more. And this may include repairs and maintenance of things. We identify all our capital projects. We allow for the evaluation of all these needs at the same time. We are determining our plan so we can start our budgeting process. And this is a requirement of state statute. And this is a good way for us to serve our public and let them know what capital plans we have going on in our county. All right, this year's 2027 capital improvement plan, we are requesting at this time is $491,928. All right, so this is a little summary. And we added a column in here this year so you could see what was requested and the things that we have already either made the departments prioritize and either push to another year or eliminate, and where we are at. So when we'll go over all these in depth in the further slides, but I wanted to give you an overview so you could see that from the original requested to the recommended overall in all funding sources, we did cut 7%. Aviation, some of these are up a little. General government is up a little bit. Some of these items in here are not funded, and we will talk about those on future slides. Aviation did go up some. Most of those are grant funded, and I did want to mention that. And then solid waste is our big one that went up a lot. Like if you notice, 85 million to 113. 16 million of that, 16.4 is that nice grant that we just got. So we want to keep those in perspective. So that's just kind of an overview of all the projects. All right, so I wanted to talk about first ad valorem funding and where we're getting our sources from, because a lot of our capital improvement come from enterprise funds, and those generate their own fees. And of course, the big topic right now is our general ad valorem taxes. So right now in our 2027 general ad valorem budget, we have 15,834,370. This is a reduction of the original requested by 33%. So I just, we have done some legwork already, and I know that you are sharpening your pencils and doing some legwork too. We also have a project in here, an asset management program, which is a software to track our assets and stuff. We do not have that funded. It is in the capital improvement plan, but as of this moment, right now, it is not funded. And it is something that would partially be paid for by general fund ad valorem, but also utilities would utilize it, buildings, solid waste, some of our enterprise funds, so they would help with the funding of that program. All right, the next slide we want to show you is the transportation ad valorem. Road resurfacing, big topic all over the county. So the board had decided a few years ago to go 1.2 mils, and then they were going to increase it till they got to 1.0 mils, and they stopped after the first two. So we had 0.4 for our transportation ad valorem, and that's 600. It's actually 6,480,000. The other 250 comes from another source. And then gas tax, we put 4 million into road resurfacing. The other 10 million here that's recommended is for other road projects that we have. A lot of SCOP matching, signals, painting, different things like that. So in the Department of Public Works has asked for an additional 8.8 million on top of what the board already has funded for road resurfacing. So that, just wanted that to be noted. And that 8.8 million is 0.5437 mils, just for your information, so you know where we are at with that as we sharpen our pencils.
Tammy?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry, because when I've been looking over the book, and I wasn't as much looking at the slide, and I just need you to clarify something for me. If we could go back one on your, the ad valorem funding.
Mm-hmm. The general fund one?
Yes. Okay. You know what? I think I've answered my own question. 26, 27. Okay, so that matches up on page 11 to general fund taxes. I think I just found it. And then last year it was 7 million. So really in taxes, general fund, we are increasing by 2 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries. All right, so the first, we're going to go over our general government, and these are general things that pertain to the whole government. We have our transit buses of 1.1, and that is partial ad valorem and partial grants. We have to match that. We have our courthouse generator. That's 750,000, and this is year 3, and it'll be fully funded with 2.3 million for that. We have 622,500 for inshore reefs. A fuel site expansion of 3.816 million. We're in year 3. We have 3 years funded so far of the morgue. And so we have 1.2 with this year. This is our 3rd year. And we don't have any Barb did reach out to see if we had any estimates yet of how much we're going to need. They don't have any firm numbers, so as we get that number, we can adjust that amount based on, you know, if we need more money or less money. And Commissioner Davis looks like she wants to speak.
No, just if anybody wants to know what's going on with the morgue, I'm your person.
Yes.
So
And
it's still completely up in the air. We're trying to have a divorce.
Okay. So right now, we're putting $305,000 a year towards that morgue, and that is in the 5-year plan. We have the last year of our radio equipment replacement of $362,500, and that is funded not only from ad valorem. We have fire pays part of that, water resources, solid waste pay part of those too. The clerk's hardware and software replacement is $324,000. The sheriff's administrative window replacement, this will fully fund that project for a total of $500 from last year, or this current year and next year. We have a grant match that the board has decided to put $500,000 a year into, and with this $500,000, we'll have $2 million, or $500,000, we'll have $2 million in there after 26, 27. The historic courthouse elevator, there's new compliance requirements for elevators, so you'll see a lot of elevators on here. That is $250,000. And then our detention facility housing pods, we have coil replacements, 4 of them at $180,000.
May I interrupt you again?
Yes, ma'am.
So the grant match, because we've just recently started putting that away, if we have $2 million, that means we haven't used it.
We have not used that yet, no. We have 1.5 with this year, and then in 26, 27, we'll have another $500,000.
Okay.
So that's $2 million. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So continuing on in general government, we have the West Citrus Government Center, which we had to move up. It was going to be a few years out, but the HVAC in Unit 1 and 2, $200,000, and that is a 2-year funding project. The courthouse annex elevator, this is the last year to fund that, $115,000. Radio tower upgrades, that is $2.7 million, and we should be able to pay for some of that as we increase capacity, some with impact fees. The rest will have to come from ad valorem. So the rest of these are new projects that have not been in the CIP before. Satellite 5 parking lot resurfacing, that is where Makerspace is, and that is a 2-year funding. So design for $30,500 this year. LaCanto Maintenance Complex frontage DRA fencing replacement is a 2-year project with $50,000 going for design this year. We need to upgrade the HVAC controls in this courthouse here. That's $600,000. Then we have that asset management platform, that software that I talked about on previous pages at $2.24 million. We have the Canto Government Building, the 2nd floor remodel. As utilities moves out over into the Nature Coast building, we'll have to remodel that. That is a 2-year project. We have $200,000 in the budget for it this year, or we're starting to budget. The courthouse front entry lobby, we need to make those doors ADA compliant, and we have some issues with them opening and shutting and security, so that's $200,000. The Koch building generator is $600,000. And remember, that's where the clerk IT is going to go, so there's going to be a lot of technology in there. And then the detention facility sprinkler system, this is a 3-year funding project, is $500,000. Do we have any questions on general government at this time?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would just like to hear a little bit about the generators, generator replacement for the courthouse at $750, and then a generator replacement for the Koch building at nearly the same price.
So the courthouse this is in its 2nd year. So this is a total of 1.5.
Okay.
We put 750 last year.
That explains it. Thank you.
Okay.
I can help answer those questions, but Carlton could do it even better.
1.5 to 600,000, that makes more sense.
More sense.
I had a lot of questions about those, and actually, Mr. Howard, he said, Maricel, no, I kept questioning it, the Coke building having such an expensive generator, but what Carlton has explained, it's not the price of the generator, it's running the gas, because they want to change from diesel to natural gas. Natural gas is at the sheriff's office, where the current courthouse generator is, it's close to the Coke building, so no more room for a generator for the courthouse there. That will have to go across the street. So I would say, after a very long conversation about this, at the end of the day, I gave some different ideas, which I think we're looking into. Instead of having 2 generators, make it 1, and then powering both buildings. And gas should be cheaper to run than electric, so we'll have to see how all that works out.
Is there one generator that's capable of?
Certainly, yeah.
I mean, I'm not doubting that there are much bigger generators that can produce a tremendous amount of electricity, but my understanding is that it is a different level of electricity that's required for the courthouse versus the electricity going into the Coke building. I mean, if there's a way to do that, certainly seems like it would save money. I don't know.
I am not a generator expert.
Me neither.
Maricel, could you have Carlton come up and way better explain
Carl?
this than I can? And I think it's going to be 3-phase, and I'm sure we'll. By the end of our conversation, we actually said, hey, maybe we could take that off by the time it comes the next budget hearing.
Commissioners, Carlton Hall, Public Works. So we had a lot of conversations about the generators and the locations of the generators, which is a big part of that. If we were trying to put both buildings under the same generator, the distances would be expensive. We'd have to look into the cost of the wiring between those 2 locations versus the natural gas. The other problem we have to look at is the courthouse is on a 480 volt, 277 volt system, which is a high voltage, whereas the Coke building is not. So we'd have to put like a step-down transformer in to be able to bring that power down.
So it may not all work into one, but I think these are things that he's looking at, and then looking at, would 2 make better sense if the, running the gas versus the electric? Off the cuff, after our conversation yesterday, we talked about these prices are so expensive because of running natural gas. It seems like we should leverage the gas company to put that in for us, because they're going to get more money on new business. Plus, they could expand to other businesses in the downtown area. So I feel like that's another way to bring these costs down.
It could be. Again, with the gas company, it's the same as like with a power company. We have one option. So not a lot of negotiating there, but we can see what we can do.
It seems like with past experiences, when they can open up more selling the gas, they help pipe.
Sure.
Yeah, just maybe something to check into.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Hall? Thank you so much.
All right, we will move on. So our next area of capital improvement is our debt. And these are mostly, these we really can't say we're not going to pay them. So these are set. We have our, the Emergency Operations Center is $793,000. We have an energy saving project note we did, and it's $279,250. We have the West Government Building note was $244,100. And the detention facility bond, $901,725. The purchase of Nature Coast EMS bond is $183,650. And with utilities moving there, they will be able to pay that bond and won't come out of sales tax or ad valorem. And then we estimated, and we did estimate a little high, as we'd rather be able to put money back into the budget than take money out for the animal facility bond, estimated at $1.5 million. Any questions on debt? All right, moving right along. We will fly on over to aviation. And
Ha, 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 ha.
so 16.5% of this is funded out of the general ad valorem, which totals to about a little over $1 million, $1,005,403. So the rest of this is all grant funded. Inverness Airport is going to rehab their security fence and gates for $512,000. Crystal River runway extension is $500,000. Inverness runway approach obstruction clearing is each runway, 400, we're going to do each one, $450,000. Crystal River wetland removal along runways 927 and design, $30,000. Inverness, we need to replace the fuel tanks at $3 million. Crystal River, we need to acquire parcels north of runway 18-36 at $1.474 million. And then Crystal River also needs to rehab the airfield pavement at $70,251. Any questions on aviation? All right. All right, so now we get to go to Parks and Rec. And I really want to commend the Parks and Rec department. We came to them. They had a lot of wishes, and we said, you got to sharpen your pencils. And they pushed and they pushed and they cut, and you know, some stuff we just had to give them budget, and they're going to do the best they can with what they have. So we're going to start off with the first one, Fort Island Beach Renourishment, is $400,000. And this is something we have to do every 4 or 5 years. The hurricanes put us a little behind, so we're working on getting that done.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Tammy, a quick question. That beach renourishment, will there be any money coming from FEMA as a result of the hurricane washing out our beach?
I'm going to let Barb answer that because she's been working on that.
No, we will not be getting FEMA reimbursement. We had to have a pre-survey of the beach and a post-survey. And FEMA's doing a new requirement that they have to have the survey in the water depth. So we had topography of the land, but we didn't have the water depth. So that's why they won't cover it.
Oof.
So we're
And
putting it on our list to have it done each year.
We have nothing in our insurance that would help cover some of that cost?
No.
And so once this renourishment is done, will we have the proper survey?
Yes.
So that when the next storm blows through?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Don't say the next storm.
And hopefully we have no storms is the hope. So we do have to fund it if there are no storms. So again. So the next 3 items are annual items. These are things that are in the CIP every year, and these are some of the areas we did say, you know, we're gonna give you this much, do the best you can. We have the court resurfacing at the parks of $50,000, the play structure parts, repairing those at $50,000, and then the LED field lighting program, which they've been working on getting all the fields lit up, $625,000. Between ad valorem and impact fees, we've been working on those. We have a new ADA restrooms going in at Central Ridge Community Park. These are replacing the current restrooms, so they are not impact fee fundable because we're not increasing, we're just changing them. Central Ridge Community Park outdoor space, $180,000. This is a 2-year funded. This is 2 years to fund that project. Bicentennial Park, we have a softball area new play feature, and that's something else we're trying to add new play features in the parks. So that's a $50,000. It's kind of in there every year for 5 years. Kayak launch, we have 3 kayak launches, and they're going to do 1 per year, and that's $30,000 for each of the next 3 years. And then the Hernando Beach Shelter and Pavilions, that's a 2-year funded project, $65,000 to do the design. All right, the rest of parks, we have Alexander Park.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Cannell.
Yeah, back to that last slide. Okay. The name of the company that does the majority of these big field lighting escapes me, but seems to me there's one company that does. Yes. When we talked about lighting fields out at the Central Citrus Fields several years ago, it seems to me there was discussion about, like partial grant funding for that, that there was, that company had some type of grant funding or there were some type of incentives available. Do we know if there's anything like that available to help?
I am not aware unless Mr.
Looks
Head
like-
is coming up.
Mr. Head is on his way.
Eric Head, Community Services. You were referring to back when we were lighting Central Ridge District.
Yes.
That was quite a few years ago. I'm not aware of any current grant programs, but we're always constantly looking. I do know one of the primary reasons we utilize Musco is the 25-year warranty on everything new, which includes maintenance, includes the lights, includes the entire package. So that's why we try to standardize on Musco. But I will go back and we will dig even deeper to see if there's any other types of grant funding, if not through Musco, through incentives, if there's anything else out there that we can find.
That sounds great. I don't know, again, I don't recall where that came from, but I was pleasantly surprised hearing that there was something out there. Now, I don't know if there still is or not, but I think certainly worth looking into. And while you're there, I've got a question about the Hernando Beach shelters.
Yes.
And I'm a little bit hesitant to get into this discussion publicly, but here we go. There is a shelter at the corner of 41 and Norval Bryant in Hernando that appears to truly have become a shelter.
Restroom facility at the trailhead.
Yes.
That's what you're referring to.
It's a tent city at this point. If we go down this road of building another shelter, what's to prevent that one from becoming another tent city?
These aren't anything new. These are replacing our existing pavilion and our existing small picnic pavilions throughout there. So they're already there.
Okay.
They've just been worn. Those get heavily utilized by the community.
Okay.
No doubt, we do have to constantly stay on top of that problem that you're referring to. It hasn't been as much of an issue as it is over at the restroom facility across the street, simply because it's a restroom, they can close the door. So there are constantly some issues there we have to face. But yeah, this is just the larger pavilion that is at Hernando Beach, which is utilized a lot. And then we have about 7 or 8 smaller picnic pavilions there. And get utilized heavily during events like the Dragon Boat Festival too.
Great.
So
Great.
that's where that comes in.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I was just
You
going to say,
first.
I was just there Sunday and it was packed. I mean, tons of families and they're really
very
enjoying
popular.
themselves, so well done.
Yes, and we're also looking at, and I can't remember the line item, but, and I'll go back and look, it's this year, this next year, to replenish the beach at that beach. That it's deteriorated over a number of years. Of course, the water levels depend on when we would do that, but renourishing that, because it used to be called Hernando Beach, although it's been dwindling and dwindling, so we do want to renourish that one as well, because of the popularity of that park. Yes?
Okay, my turn. I'm saving a lot of my comments for the end, more to talk to the board about. But with the field lighting program, of course, that's something near and dear to my heart. I just wanted to ask, I know that you're doing that with impact fees. Why is there an additional $125,000 from ad valorem? Is that for something different?
No, it's for lighting. It's just for replacing our existing aged lighting that's aged out beyond the 25 years, beyond the warranty period, and they're getting up there. A lot of maintenance cost on that older lighting, so we replace it with new LEDs. Since it's not adding capacity, we can't use impact fees.
Okay.
But then, of course, we get that, and we get the 25-year warranty with it because it's a replacement.
And that is, I guess you don't have to set poles on those because you're putting the lights on the
Correct.
existing. Okay, thank you.
You got it.
All right, so we're at Alexander Park. We're going to replace the playground for $70,000. Hernando Beach, more at Hernando Beach. Next few, here's actually our beach renourishment is right on this slide too. So we have restroom refurbishment at $35,000, and then the Hernando Beach renourishment of $250,000. The rest of these are new projects that were not in the CIP last year. We have a playground replacement at Central Ridge. That is $75,000. And then Bicentennial Park, shade structures. We have 7 fields. We have 14 structures. We're going to do 1 structure a year, and that's $60,000. Central Ridge District Park field expansion plan. That's a 2-year plan. And so it's $250,000 for design, and then that's looking at about a $5 million in the next fiscal year, which we'll have to look at next year. Then we have added the boat ramp improvement program. So this is a continual program, partially paid for by the boat ramp fees, and then partially paid for by ad valorem. As we all know, we are the lovely Nature Coast, so our boat ramps are very utilized. And then a new project, and these last 3 projects is really what upped Parks and Rec this year, is that we took over the Chaz Campground. So the Chaz Campground, they're going to start some preliminary plans and designs, and that's going to be $300,000, and it's going to come from the campground revenues. And it's going to be a multi-year project, and depending on, they have $800,000 in there for next year, but it'll really depend on what happens when they get all those plans and designs back and what the board decides to do after this next year. And then the last one is Fort Island Trail Park renovation. This is the one that's halfway down Fort Island Trail. And they are seeking some grant funds for the actual build. This is $350,000 for the design and a plan for that. Any questions on Parks and Rec?
Yeah, I just want to make clear to the board and the public who's watching that those boat ramp fees, when we implemented those, it was specifically for ramp facility improvements, not to replace any existing funding for maintenance of the ramps or maintenance of the facilities there. That was the whole premise of implementing these, so that we could improve our ramps. And we're going to have a big project coming, hopefully sooner than later, there at the Fort Island Trail Park, where we will be able to add some additional parking there, hopefully be able to add a slip there that's still undetermined at this point. But I want to make sure that everybody's clear that those ramp fees do not get used at all for maintenance. That is specifically to improve that facility for the boats that are launching there.
Okay. All right, we ready to go on to stormwater? All right, stormwater is funded through our stormwater MSBU, and these are all pretty much annual maintenance things that have to happen. They're in there for the whole 5 years. We have drainage compliant retrofit project of $200,000, an outfall infrastructure retrofit of $200,000. Then we have to have a stormwater engineering study per the land development code. That is a one-time $100,000. And then stormwater cleaning and restoration of $250,000, stormwater facilities repair and replacements of $220,000, and then they have designated West Cornflower Drive as a drainage retrofit that needs to happen of $75,000. Any questions? All right, we'll motor on to transportation. So this is our big one. So out of transportation, most of this is funded through gas tax. And we have our bridge and guardrails repair at $200,000. Now this is a continual annual program. Remarking and striping of $300,000, another continual annual. Intersection improvements, $50,000. Then gas tax funding at $1.7 million is put in road maintenance for out of gas tax. Then we have our 491 improvement bond, that's $734,500. And then gas tax helps fund the transit operations of $160,000. We have heavy equipment replacement for road maintenance. That does come out of the transportation ad valorem, and we did move that from general government to transportation this year because it just made more sense since it's coming out of transportation ad valorem and not general, of $200,000. And then the 491 in Hampshire Boulevard turn lanes, $1.35 million. We have a note for road improvements, a 2020 note of $2.199 million. And then path and sidewalk improvements of $50,000. That is also an annual project. So we have about $2.93 million in debt we pay for out of gas taxes, just to add those two together for you real quick. And then as we keep going on transportation, so we have our SCOP, County Road 470. So that'll be SCOP funding, and then the gas tax, we pay the match out of that. Engineering services is something that we need every year, and that's $250,000. West Dunkland Street resurfacing SCOP is $1 million. So then we go into the road network pavement management, and the department asked for, it was about $19 million. So if we put the 0.4 mils of what we're estimating taxes to be from transportation, that's 6.48, and then the $4 million from gas tax that the board has decided, that still leaves us short 8.83. And as you know, in the prior years, we've used some one-time funding sources to get us up to those numbers. So this is something the board has to look at and see, you know, what do we do with this? Do we give them the money, or do we have the money? Where do we find it? Then we have our corridor alignment studies for major roads, and that's something we have a plan for several roads. This is paid for out of impact fees. This year is $1.4 million. And then we have a $250,000 that's for localized road repairs and resurfacing that comes out of the transportation ad valorem also. Are there any questions on transportation? Comments? Okay, I will move on. The library, the biggest hit to the CIP. $67,000 for their debt for the Floral City. Questions? All right, we'll move on. Got to get in the dirty business of solid waste now. So,
she's full of jokes today.
I know. Well, I'm auditioning for the comedy show downtown.
Okay.
No, just kidding. So, all right. So,
Commissioner Bernard's sanitizing his hands now.
Getting ready for this discussion.
So solid waste did their CIP is pretty much the same almost every year. Last year they had to get or this current year we're in, we had to get a compactor, so theirs was a little higher. But they have closure and long-term care escrow of $700,000, a wheel loader replacement. They need to replace 2 of those for $900,000, an articulated dump truck for $440,000. The citizen service area new site is $4.9 million, and then a new project is a gas collection system upgrade of $975,000. Any questions? All right. Now we go on to utilities, water and wastewater. So this is our biggest CIP, of course. We have Citrus Springs Topeka line extension, $1,965,112. And that is a loan assessment. And then we have miscellaneous renew and replacement of $300,000. We have a revenue bond for a utility system of $3,142,419. That's an assessment. And then we have, is that an assessment? Yes. And then Old Homosassa Rock Septic to Sewer, $450,000. We have a grant for that. We have the US 19 Corridor Lift Station Phase 1, $1 million. We have a connection fees and grants for that. Then we have an SRF loan for Southwest Regional Water of $1,010,100, and an SRF loan for Charles A. Black in Sugar Mill Woods, $117,480. Old Homosassa Phase 5, $1,266,667. Our automated meter implementation, we have $800,000. The SCADA master plan, $500,000. Next slide. Okay. Then we have the Floral City Elementary School wastewater treatment plant interconnect is $4.8 million, and we have partial grant and partial connection fees for that. Point of Woods wastewater treatment plant tank replacement of $200,000. Citrus Springs septic to sewer project phase 1, $1.5 million, and that's a grant. Citrus Springs Pine Ridge water treatment plant number 8 upgrades, $450,000, and the rest are new projects. The EMS building conversion for water resources, we have $1 million going into that. Sanitary sewer system rehabilitation project, that's that 16.4 that we got from the governor. And then we have a sewer connection incentive program of $1,672,000. Meadowcrest wastewater treatment plant equipment upgrades of $300,000, and water new connections and expansion of $1,586,650 for a total of $38,495,828. Any questions on water and wastewater?
One question.
Yes, ma'am.
How much of the awards on the grants have been awarded versus applied for? Have we received them, or are they all, or any anticipated?
I think we've received all of these. Yeah,
I think Mr. Cheek is ready and willing to answer your questions.
All right,
I know that we applied for the Floral City. I wasn't aware that we actually received confirmation.
Okay.
Yeah, we got the 16 million and the ones for the septic to sewer projects that are in this year. And we're working on the one for Cambridge Greens. We're a step closer, but we don't have the money for Floral City yet. We've applied.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you good? Okay.
All right. Okay, last but not least, we have public safety. This is our chief. And so a lot of these are annually things that are just in their budget. They have their radio replacement plan of $52,500. That's their portion. Then we have the emergency generators. They have a plan. It's in the book on page 221, which stations that they're replacing generators at each year. That's $52,000. Fire station roof replacements, $40,000. Fire apparatus replacements, $1.4 million. They do have a debt for fire apparatus equipment of $231,545. And then EMS apparatus replacement, they're looking to replace 2 ambulances a year for the next few years at $670,000 a year. And fire small equipment replacement plan, $110,000, and facility replacement and remodel plan of $875,500. Any questions on public safety? Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner Bays.
Is there, and maybe this is just something for efficiencies, but is there a unified county radio system master plan for public works, sheriff, the fire, each procuring their radio, or are they just each procuring their radio
This is just their portion of the same plan, right?
Right.
Yeah, this is.
But I'm asking, do we have a unified plan throughout all the public safety? Or is everybody just doing different systems?
No, I think they're all on the same plan. Yes, yes. All right. So to summarize, here's our project summary. And then we put a little graph in there so you could see that 32% of this is funded by grants. 14% of this is funded by general fund ad valorem. And then transportation and gas tax is 18%. Fire district EMS is 3%. Impact fees is 3%. 10% is unfunded. And then other fees, utility fees, solid waste fees, all those fees are 20%. So that is the end of my presentation. And I would like the board's direction on, are we keeping these? Are we getting rid of them? What does the board desire to do?
I think it's time for us to discuss that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your presentation. Well, board, I'll spare you from the hour and a half of questioning I did the other day, but I'll certainly have some comments for you. Obviously, I'll let you all go first. If you have some things that you want to talk about, Commissioner Kennard?
Just one thing, the asset management program. I was a little concerned about that until I was able to talk with staff about it. I'd like to see us move that forward. I believe that needs to happen. We can pay for a good portion of that I believe out of 3 different enterprise funds. I don't know how much from each one, but we can reduce the price significantly. And then I'd like to see our special projects fund cover the balance of that. It's time to, with the growth of the community, the growth of the assets that the county is having to manage at any one time, it's time for the county to be able to do that in a much more efficient way. I believe from the conversations I had with staff, I believe it will save a tremendous amount of man hours in doing that. The transition from our last permitting system in the building department to the new one was a little bit painful, but ultimately the system that we had implemented was not a good one. We've finally got a good system in there, and it's time to do the same thing with the software platform that staff uses to manage all the county assets. So.
Well, Commissioner Kennard, I went yesterday from a heck no to a okay maybe because of what you're saying that the different enterprise funds would pay, but also we don't know what that renewal is going to be for the system that is difficult to work with. So I think that it can move ahead, but maybe not what it looks like now. I think Mr. Hall will bring back what that looks like with the new program or the new renewal from the old program, plus matching it to this new one. But the highlight for me was this one costs X amount a year, and if a change is implemented, it may cost less. Do you already have that information? You look like you're ready to move. We talked about that yesterday, and we were wondering if it would cost less in years forward. Bring some good news.
So we, Carlton Hall Public Works, we reached out to systems management yesterday to try to get a feel for how much the system that we're currently working off of cost us on a yearly basis. We've narrowed it down to about $260,000 a year. The new system is about a $290,000 a year price tag. So the upfront costs are really to get all of that information moved into a new system is what we're looking into.
So you're looking at all these upfront costs, and then it will be more expensive every single year. That's not good news.
It is if you're looking at apples for apples on 2 different operating systems. Something that we went into 10 years ago because it was an easy transition to move the information over to something that, as growth management found out, is a very difficult system to utilize, difficult to tie into our GIS system to track our assets, and a new system is really what we're moving for the future.
Difficult, obviously not impossible. You know, I always say negotiate, negotiate. Can you not bring those numbers to a possible new partner? This is a lot of money for a new company to bring in with a decent-sized government. Could we get those costs down to be more in line with what our renewal costs would be with this company?
Most definitely. Not only that, but it will take time to transition from one operating system into another. So it may be we have to have both operating at the same time for 1 year to allow us to get that transition moved over. But we can narrow them down. I know we had a very short amount of time to put together how many licenses we would need and how many people would be utilizing the system. So it's possible we could further narrow down on that number and get an exact quote from them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I guess I'm still a no until you make it a yes. Anybody else? Any other topics? Commissioner Davis?
To discuss the elephant in the room of $750 million backlog, on road resurfacing. I am interested what my colleagues think of taking all the ad valorem off for road resurfacing and going to an MSTU that just makes it a lot more transparent. Whatever that number may be, we would need to look at those numbers to catch up over 10 years because it costs so much more money right now because roads are having to be rebuilt and so forth. To catch up over 10 years may not be a palatable number, but maybe catching up over 15 years is a palatable number, but we haven't actually seen those numbers yet. I would just like options.
Commissioner Kennard?
The last numbers, and maybe this was catching up over 10 years, but the last number that I heard for an MSTU was like 600 and change per resident per year, or per household per year amount.
That's not the number I was told. Significantly less than that. But we haven't gotten an actual staff putting together what that would look like because it would more heavily weight to the big box stores, taking it easy on the small businesses, taking it easy on residents, et cetera. But we just haven't, you can't make good decisions without good data.
Yeah,
So
it doesn't hurt to look and see what the number is. But that was the number that I'd had stuck in my head, that 600 and change per household, which was a non-starter.
yeah, the number I heard was 50, 60% of that. But again, that was a little bit, it was a little bit napkin math at that point because they hadn't really drilled into it. So I would just like to know what that is because that's a clean, if we can say to residents, because they, there's a lot of distrust on what we're doing with gas taxes and so forth. But if we say gas taxes are for bridges and guardrails and the MSTU is for road resurfacing, and we buy that down as much as we can with, SCOP funds and everything else, then that makes a very clean, neat story to tell that is easy to say, this pays for this pays for this, and we're caught up in X number of years. And then it comes down because, they were proposing $75 million a year for raised by an MSTU, but that's a 10-year catch-up, but in 10 years, it becomes $20 million a year because all of a sudden we're not paying crazy dollars per mile to catch up from all the neglect of years past. So, we got to start thinking cost efficiency for the future and not keep, kicking the can down the road. But again, we need to look at those numbers because, it may not be, 10 years may not be palatable.
Well, I know $300 for me for an MSTU is a non-starter. That will hurt so many people. The public is not going to want to do that. I am with you about looking at transportation because our boards have said many times we're so far behind because previous boards, they weren't funding this and kicking the can down the road. Well, so are we. In essence, we were all told, if we believe that data that we paid for, $30 million annually to maintain, and we're not funding it. So we are also kicking the can down the road. If we want to drill down on this and find that $8 million in this, but tacking on another $300.
If I may, just a couple of extra points here. It's $425 average additional maintenance on a vehicle for driving on potholed roads. $425 a year average additional maintenance. Number two, ad valorem would come off, right? So there would be an ad valorem reduction for that amount that we are taking the ad valorem that's going towards resurfacing. So whatever MSTU number is, needs those two things to be taken into consideration. Make sense? But we don't even know what that number is, It could be 800, it could be 200. We don't know until they run the math.
I'm hearing the numbers, I just may not agree with the numbers. Commissioner Bays?
Well, in August last year, this board accepted the PFM's 5-year financial strategic plan, and it warned of the structural reliance on the carry forwards and projected that the general fund would have deficits in year 29 and 30. And that's another thing that we look 5 years into the future. It has a lot of programming that we can use, and I don't see where we've used that program to do these analysis for us. So if we have that available to us, I think this is something that we can take the whole 5-year CIP, dump it into it, and have it start running some projections for us.
Do I have a consensus? Is that what you would like me to do?
I mean, that's something that we agreed on last year to do and look 5 years out so that we could start analyzing this, and I don't know why we're not doing that.
Can I also, so the asset management platform, is there a consensus you like for them to come back with a presentation comparing the current program to the new program funding? Because I think we did a quick, Carl did a quick check with systems. We think there might be a couple other programs that will be able to go to the wayside with this and give you are you wanting a consensus? I mean, do I have a consensus you'd like us to come back with a presentation to see where that is?
For me, I will have to see better numbers to be a yes on that one. I don't know what my peers.
Well, I can tell you by looking at this, the PFM assumed a 2.4% capital outlay on their growth forecast, but the CIP shows roughly a 20% year-over-year in growth in the general fund tax drawdown.
That's a big number on that program, so I think a presentation's worthwhile.
Yes.
See how much tighter we can get the numbers and then come back and pitch it.
And then we'll work on the analysis and we'll throw the whole CIP into the 5-year plan and bring that back to you. As is.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
On page 64, under the animal facility, there's a discrepancy in the bond detail there as well. The bond is described as a $15 million tax exempt issued at 5%, secured by a half-cent sales tax revenue. But the funding source on the same line in the page lists the general fund taxes at $1.5 million per year for 15 years.
The debt service payment will be paid from general fund taxes. We're securing it with our half-cent sales tax.
Okay.
There's a difference.
Are we good, Commissioner? I've got a few things, but I don't want to overstep anyone. Is there any? So before this meeting, I questioned many, many things, which we won't have to drill down here. Asset management platform was one of them. Started with the generators, went to HVAC, everything, controls things seem very, very expensive. And I just want to remind all department heads, negotiate, 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 keep looking. I know we'll go out to bid. They answered a lot of questions. I'm not saying I like it all. But then we're left with what things could possibly be taken out. We did raise this capital improvement plan by $2 million for general fund. Obviously, it's more, but love grants, love the extra help we can get from the state. We'll start with the Coke generator building. Okay, so we explained that it's not just the generator that is expensive, but the piping, but there's $100,000 in planning. And whoever they go with, the brand, the manufacturer, will plan that. They have teams of engineers that you say, I have X number of building, we want, you to get the job, your engineers to come out here, plan out what do we need, what size do we need, what's the best location for the transfer switches and all of that. They have engineers that plan that. So I feel like that's an unnecessary expense. The jail sprinkler system. This year's cost and board, that's on page 56. The total over the next 3 years is $1.5 million. I don't doubt that it needs replacing, as they have said, with the old black steel piping. It's corroding. So I understand that needs to be fixed. guess to know that the $1 million is the correct price tag. That's not in my scope. But what I am concerned about is in this year's budget that we're looking at, it's $500,000, and they write for engineering, mapping, design. My problem with that is there's already an existing system. It doesn't need to be engineered, mapped, or designed. It just needs to be replaced. So I think that that is a place where we could save money this year. I questioned LGB, $200,000. That's on page 51. I know that Water Resources is moving out. Why do we need the $200,000? Well, other people might need to get in there. That I don't know that $200,000 is necessary. I did ask about the courthouse lobby, and I do understand the safety and security with the doors.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Do we want to hear from staff on these one item at a time, or wait till the end and bring them up to address all of them?
It'd probably be easier if we did it one at a time.
Seems
I
like-
asked about these. It's not like I'm just saying this off the cuff, but.
No, but I mean, you're making great points. I would like to hear what their side of it is.
Sure, absolutely. Mr. Hall, we talked about some of these things yesterday, which I guess hard, the $100,000, you're not really sure what the cost of the generators altogether is. Is it one, is it two in that area? And then I don't know if you've gotten any more information on the jail sprinkler system.
I haven't really dug into how much money they put towards design and engineering of a system, even if it's a replacement of an existing system. To permit that system, usually it has to have some sort of engineered calculations and designs, even if you're replacing an old existing system. But I could dive into each one of those and the actual numbers that were put towards the design versus the construction portion of it, and kind of break that down for you further.
Yeah, $500,000, I have a problem with it. I assume our taxpayers are going to have a problem with that to replace an existing system, not the cost, but again, designing something that's already there.
Sure.
The sprinkler system?
Yes, that's.
And to address that, I heard the generator.
Yeah, so I was really speaking in general on both of them.
Okay.
You know, whenever you put in a new system, even if it's replacing an existing system, a lot of generator manufacturers may give you the size of the generator based on the service size of the building, or they'll evaluate 12 months worth of electric bills for as far as your demand. But as far as designing transfer switch, installation of wiring to interrupt that service to the building through the transfer switch, takes an electrical engineer. I have a state certified electrical license, but I'm not allowed to engineer or design anything over 400 amps, whereas this building has two services, one 1600, one 1200. So it's going to take an electrical engineer to do that. And that's why you'll see some of these numbers broken down. But of course, once we get into the part of going out to bid or selecting one of our consultants or engineers, then they evaluate the system. These are just budget numbers that we put together. And we try to cover all bases, just in case. We would rather come to you with spending less money than come to you and ask for more in the future.
Sure. Now, there used to be, I'm sure that it's long gone at this point, but Commissioner Kitchen had actually championed setting up the Commissioner Savings Account, where when expenses like this were budgeted, but ultimately we were able to save, or staff, I should say staff, was able to save some money on certain initiatives, that money would go to that account. I don't know that we necessarily, I'm sure that account's long gone at this point. I don't know that we need to have a specific account set up, but when, if we do end up budgeting these higher numbers, when there's a reduction, I would like to see something come back to the board and say, this generator was this much. Ultimately, they did provide the engineering services. We were able to negotiate that into the contract. And so, we realized a savings of $85,000, and that's going towards some debt reduction, that it's tagged to something so that taxpayers and we can see, all right, they were able to get it for less money, and this is what it's going towards, rather than just a budget transfer, that ultimately it kind of disappears off into government accounting.
I like that. Marisol, can you take a note about that, commissioners? I think we all like that idea. We would like to see what the actual costs are. You're right, because sometimes it just comes in transfers and it's not a clear picture per item.
Great points, though, Commissioner.
I don't know, are you?
Yeah, I'm done. Sorry.
And the other one I mentioned was the Lecanto Government Building, the 200,000 renovation.
Yeah, so we knew that with water resources moving out of the building, there's going to be quite a bit of square footage there, up to close to 10,000 square feet, that different departments and divisions within the building itself needs to expand. And we were looking at just putting a number in to cover any remodel that needed to be done to that building to allow those different departments and divisions to expand down in that space of the building.
Let's hope they can use the walls that are there.
That's what I said. Use what's there. I think I'm good, but I'm going through my list.
Okay.
I don't know. Most of them are you.
No problem. I'll stick around.
Yeah, I mean, I asked questions about radio tower upgrades, very expensive. That obviously seemed like a necessity for safety and for our emergency personnel. The DRA, I made a couple new notes. Some I didn't. The DRA on page 45, that's $100,000. And I think what caught it, because Tammy said something about design, which I'm sure the irrigation system may need a design, but to replace a fence and put some sprinklers out there and landscape, that just seems high, right? That's why I said a lot of these, if it seems high to me, I know other people are asking, so just some things for us to think about. And the, you already answered that question for me. You know, some of this exercise board, and I think if we wanted to put more into that backlog of road resurfacing, are we willing to delay something or cut something out of here? And that's hard questions. It's always easy to raise. It's never easy to take things away or say no, right? Every single thing that's brought before us in this book, and I know every single thing that will be brought before us at the preliminary budget hearing is going to be important. It's going to be necessary. But I've said it a million times, but government is like a black hole, right? If we doubled our budget tomorrow, there would still be saying, well, if we had a little bit more, we could have a nicer building. If we had a little bit more, we could hire a few more people. So this is the hard part. And you know what? Forgive me. There was a lady, I don't know if all of you had time to, sometimes I don't have time to check same-day emails. So if other commissioners have not seen this, I would completely understand. Tuesdays seem to be very busy days. But Ms. Infantine sent us all an email about things that she was concerned about with the CIP. I think this was a shared, this may not all have come for her, but she was the one that reached out to us. And she's saying, she pointed out $580,000 to mill and resurface community resources parking lot. I think she thinks it's not necessary this year. $2 million to replace a phone system that's 10 years old. $200,000 to remodel the second floor of LGB, which we just talked about. $250,000 to redesign the human resources and admin clerk's office. That's gone. That's already erased out. $3.4 million for something called an asset management platform, which we've addressed that. $1 million, $250,000 over 4 years to brick the exterior walls on the new side of the courthouse to match the old side. These are the things that she sent to us. So people are out there questioning these also. So now we're at the point of direction.
I think the walls would look great painted. Not bricked.
So the brick doesn't match, but just paint over all of them, and then they'll look the same.
No, just paint the stucco out here. I don't think it needs to match the brick.
I could tell you I'm not picturing it correctly, I think, but, okay, well, that could be a potential savings.
For everything that we do in capital, many times, if we're adding something, I think we have to get in the habit of adding the operational budget to it as well.
I completely agree with you.
So, if we make improvements to parks, if we add a new road or if we do something, I mean, it's, the cheapest day you do it is the day you build it. You still have the ongoing maintenance and overhead of that, and I think we have to start adding that into our budget.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you meant like thinking about them at the same time, which, yes, yeah. Commissioner?
I have not, I'm not going to get involved in the brick or painting discussion. It's way outside of my lane. But going back to, again, to the point that you were driving on these different estimated costs, the fence example, if they've got, there's a request there for $50,000 this year and next year, so we're looking at $100,000 for a fence. Maybe any of the savings that are realized in these different budgeted items in the CIP, any savings that are realized get pinned to road resurfacing. That again, that doesn't replace funding there. That needs to be in addition to what this board ultimately budgets for road resurfacing. I've not seen the parking lot over at the Makerspace, but that is a building that was purchased, I believe, through solid waste. And ultimately, if this board decided tomorrow that we wanted to sell that building, get rid of it, that the money from the sale of that piece of property would not come back to the general fund. That money would go to solid waste at that point. So if that parking lot is going to be repaved, I think it needs to come out of the enterprise fund from solid waste.
Which item is that?
I'm not even familiar with the...
Because this one was the Community Resources
No,
Parking Center, which I think that's the one on Market Knight and Court.
It's one, I forget I'm not going to go looking for it now, but it was the parking lot over there for the building that is serving as Makerspace at this point. What's that?
Oh, I was going to ask OMB, but good job, Mr.
I'm
Hall.
not sure.
So that's the old Satellite 5. Used to be a road bridge construction satellite for the road maintenance.
Yes.
And at some point, solid waste did pay in to purchase it. We had some recycling going on there. And I think they purchased a portion of the building. I don't think what they put into it was the full cost of what the building or the property was worth. But they did input some money. We used it for recycling. The board has since decided to let Makerspace kind of rent out a portion of that for very low rent, just to cover basically expenses. And in the evaluation of the building, they have people parking and coming in and out of there. The ADA portion of that needed some upgrade. The asphalt is in very bad condition and it needs to be just resurfaced on the front where the parking is. We still do sandbagging and different road maintenance activities in the back.
What's the dollar amount on that?
I'd have to look it up to see.
$30,500
$30,000?
in 26-27, and then $30,000 in 27-28. So total 61.
And the other was the VA/resource center. Yeah, for that entire parking lot needed to be resurfaced. It's just been put on a list. And again, with all of the projects that we put in through Public Works at least, we prioritize the projects or the requests that we made for any given year. So there's a list out there of what could be cut first. And, of course, we ask for what we need, and then anything budget-wise as far as reduction or cuts need to come off of that priority list.
I'd like to see, I mean, it's not a big number, but, pennies add up to be dollars, and I'd like to see that. And the reason I can tell you this, years ago, I had asked about us selling that building, getting rid of it off the county assets, and there were people interested. It's a very nice location, and moving our sandbagging location to Bicentennial Park rather than having both of them there together. And I was informed at the time that if we do sell that, that money would go to solid waste. It would not come back to the general fund. So I think if the asset sold is valuable to solid waste, I think they need to take care of the
Agreed.
I don't believe solid waste is collecting the rent on it, but I could look into it further.
rents for the building. They can take care of the parking lot.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
The brick, I just reminded myself on what the total description was. It says the stucco is failing. Have y'all run a cost analysis on how often stucco needs to be redone versus the cost of the brick?
Yeah, the problem with the exterior of the new portion of the courthouse is they basically did it as cheap as possible. It is not a concrete block building. It is basically metal framing with a board on the outside, and it is stuccoed. And the insulation between the wall that's on the exterior of this building is not adequate to keep or stop the heat transfer from the outside, the cooling of the inside. We have a sweating problem on this building that we cannot fix because of that problem. So, we've got a couple choices. We cover the exterior.
So brick is not aesthetic, it is engineering decision.
It is an insulator like you wouldn't believe, and it would be a match for the entire courthouse. At the time, it was the solution that we picked that would best suit the problem.
That will stop your sweating problem?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Thank you. So it's really hard because we haven't seen the budget yet. And I realize that this doesn't all get final approval till we're ready to put in the whole big package. This did go up $2 million this year. We are $8 million behind. Does the board want to have OMB go back and see what that looks like to fully fund roads, to cut out, do I dare say, as much as $8 million and get us closer to where we're supposed to be?
I wouldn't want to put that on OMB, because that puts staff in a position of making those difficult choices of what are you going to do.
The assumption is them talking to mostly Mr. Hall, because he has the majority of the projects in this book, and also road resurfacing.
I think it's if the board is going to cut $8 million out of this, or move $8 million out of this, I think it's up to the board to say, I want to do away with this, this, and this, and this.
Well,
I don't think it's fair to put that on staff.
Then I think it should be a combination. I have caution about that only because, for a perfect example that just occurred, Commissioner Bays had what we thought was a good idea, right? Paint it, saves money, we don't need the expense. We did not know that it was really due to a sweating problem, right? So if we start cutting things, we may be doing some more harm than good. So we're going to need some expert help with some of this. At that, I'm okay. If we want to start cutting and then have, staff jumping up in the audience, waving their hands, no. But we can vet everything. Just because we want to cut something doesn't mean that we necessarily will. We would get feedback. Just like I had some concerns about some of the spending, and you asked Mr. Hall to come up and, tell the other side. I think that's going to be important. But it's going to be tough, but I'm willing if you all are.
That's fine if we want to ask them to come back and say, you can punt these things for a year, but there's only so long we can keep punting for a year.
Of course. So I'll start it off with the first question. So we have courthouse and Coke building, $1.6 million for this year in generators. If we delayed that, would that make sense, since we're renovating this courthouse, since we have so much money going into renovations and we don't have everything where it's supposed to be, we don't have all the electrical where it's supposed to be or where the computers are going to be, does that make sense?
How long have we put them off, the generators already?
Would it be,
or one generator?
would it be smarter to put them in after this building has been renovated. We're going to be undergoing some serious renovations here.
I don't think it's gonna make any difference. I don't think it's gonna make any difference on the electrical load, but I'm not, that's way outside of my lane.
Yeah, I don't think the remodels of the second or third floor are going to have anything to do with that. What we can do is we can look at, then when we go out to bid in the next couple of months for the Coke building, because the design is complete, we are always going to have a generator as an alternate line item to be priced with the project. We have the budget for the Coke building remodel, and hopefully the generator will be able to be absorbed into that remodel total. And if that's the case, then we won't need any money in the next year's budget to cover that generator. But we won't know that for a couple of months until those bids come back.
Okay, that's fair.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Does it make sense to, there are a lot of elevators and a lot of generators in this CIP. Maybe we already do this, I don't know, but does it make sense to bid them all together? And see if that's got to bring down the cost to some degree. If it's 2% or 5% or whatever that number is, I would think a vendor getting a shot at not only those two big the generator out at LGB, the generators for fire. And I don't know if we're doing them all in the same year or just off the top of my head, but it seems like bidding them together would help us realize some savings across the board.
Sure, if we could organize it where they were all going to happen at the same one budget year, that's a possibility.
Okay, all right. That's all I've got for right now. I do want to make a comment about the description, but once you're done with your stuff.
Well, I feel like it's a team effort. What page are you on and what comment are you ready for?
So I was going through this book, very voluminous book of projects, and I'm reading the project description of Bicentennial Park dugout structure replacement. Sorry, page 115. And I'm reading about this and wondering why we're replacing the dugouts. And if they're falling apart, if they're unsafe, whatever, that's fine. I get it. Kids have got to have safe dugouts. But I get to the part that says replacing these, it prioritizes athlete protection and inclusivity. I'm thinking inclusivity for dugouts. So I don't know if this is, if these are AI generated descriptions or where that came from. But I think our governor has been very clear that they don't want to hear about inclusivity being a reason that we're spending taxpayer dollars. So maybe I'm misinterpreting it.
Mr. Head could probably answer that better. It didn't jump out to me. Now I get why it jumped out to you, but I took it as inclusive of the different sports.
That's a different take on it.
He's shaking his head yes. So they would be, I'm assuming, like baseball and softball, and help me out here. Is that, or is Commissioner Kennard right? And are we putting in some things that maybe the governor wouldn't like?
Eric Head, Community Services. No, I think what that might be is a copy and paste thing, where you are correct. It's a lot of inclusivity from different sports. There's a lot of group to language that we use. So no, I don't think they intend. In fact, we've been making sure we're going through all our contracts with all of our different vendors and all of that to ensure that that's in line with what the state is looking for.
Very good, perfect.
You got it.
Thank you. Good catch.
Well done, Commissioner.
Commissioner Bays, do you have your light on? No?
I just have one question. When we do our budget, so when I sat down with Parks and Rec, and they said their budget was $4.1 million. But that was a mowing contract that was included in that for grounds. That's not for the parks. That doesn't seem appropriate to me. I mean, particularly if we're going to go through a master plan with parks and we're going to start looking at potentially charging, then we need to know what it costs to operate those parks. And having mowing contracts for various buildings is not appropriate. And I wonder how much of that is going on in all of this. I think it's like our airports. Our airports, we voted, 2 years ago? For them to have standalone books, each of them, so that we know those are assets. We need to know financially how they're operating. And I feel like that needs to be with every single department. We need to know what it costs to operate it. So if the resource facility out there has Parks and Rec in it, and it has, senior services and veterans, and I mean, each one of those should have its own line item, and we should know what it's costing to run those, no different than this courthouse. We need to know if that's part of, the jail or the sheriff or the state's attorney. I mean, we need to know what those services are costing us so that we have an overall idea, so that we're assigning a line item. That's just good budgeting.
Marcel, can we have OMB look at doing that? I mean, I understand the point of that, even down to your example of mowing. Each department that's in there would be part of their budget. They contribute to the overall cost, and then we understand what that one department costs the county.
It's like a constitutional officer. We provide them all of their building space, and we're paying the electric bill, and we're paying the maintenance and the upkeep of those buildings. But there should be fractionally a portion of those expenses that are assigned to them.
I'm trying to process what you're saying as you're talking about that. We would have to revamp how we do a lot of our accounting because it's done by department. I mean, if you're wanting to look at like OMB costs this much in electric and costs this much, is that where you're wanting us to get down to that detail? I mean, that's going to be a lot of staff time that,
But we have we can say that the sheriff's budget is $40 million.
Right.
But that's not all of it. I mean, we don't know how much in electric and building and janitorial and maintenance and upkeep. And I mean, we have no idea what that number really looks like.
Right.
So if not by department, at least by building. Like if it's too difficult to drill down per department in like Lecanto Government Building.
Right. So, okay, according to Ms., we have the indirect cost allocation, which we haven't had it done in a few years. And they go and they look at all that, but we don't charge it back to the departments like OMB or facilities because they're all general fund. And to do that, we would be increasing our general ledger, our accounts. Your book would become very massive.
And like we get one electric bill for the Lecanto Government Building. Then it would have to be allocated to all the departments within that building. So that's why it was easier just having one bill charged to one department, which is being charged and paid for by facilities maintenance instead of.
And then they have an indirect cost for those things like running payroll. And we had to do that at the school board too. Like you had an indirect cost for the outside funding sources because they contributed to the electric or the water or the toilet paper, the paper towels and the salaries of OMB because our salaries aren't charged across the board. Your salaries are charged to general fund. So, but you do a little bit for every department. That's what your indirect cost is, and we use those, but we don't charge those to the departments that are funded by the general fund. That would be a whole different, we'd have to increase staff to be able to track that all the time. That's why we do the indirect cost allocation.
All the enterprises do pay a portion of the indirect cost, so they do pay for their share. We do charge them.
If we were running a business, that's not how we would do it, but it's the board's will of how they want to look at finances.
Do you have any other questions?
No.
Thank you.
Are you ready to move on?
Well, are we accepting this as presented? Are we going ahead and saying we're going to cut some things out? Are we just giving direction to take a look at some things, like Mr. Hall has said, to bring back to see if he can move some things around? Are we okay being $2 million higher than last year, $8 million deficient? It's hard now because we don't see the big picture. We don't see the entire budget yet. So it's really hard to make those decisions, but, I mean, I guess.
I think we need to see a lot more. We need to see
Yeah.
the budget, and we need, the MSTU option for roads, and there's just too many moving parts.
So we bring this book back when we have our budget hearings, when we see our preliminary budget, and then decide if we go back and start digging in here for extra funding. Is that?
Well, again, I think the direction was to have them use the program that the PFM, dump all of this in there, do a 5-year projection and see what it looks like.
But do they have to put in a certain dollar amount to do that? Like, are you?
Well, we're putting in, I believe I felt like the direction was to put in it as it is. Put it in the 5-year thing
See
and
where
bring
we
that
are.
back to you.
How does that account for the unfunded?
We can put it in there. We can add it in there. Because we start with this. Now we're starting phase 2. Starting next week, we start phase 2 where we meet with the departments to go over there. All the departments have met with HR and OMB on positions, and then we do capital, and then we start getting into the nuts and bolts now with phase 2. And we meet with each department individually on their operational budgets. So we usually have this to start with, and we can start from here and go from there.
How did you get to this number? So we're $2 million higher. Obviously, you had to say we sent them back to sharpen their pencils, so you didn't want to go over a certain number. And assuming you don't know where the millage is going to be set yet, but let's say the same, or what if the board lowered it? How did you know what number to shoot for?
Well, we did our best. We went back to the departments. We had them prioritize what absolutely has to be done, like the West Government building, their HVAC had to be pushed up. You know, there's a lot of citizens that go through there, so they felt that needed to be pushed up. We made the departments go back and prioritize. Mr. Head cut about $4 million and either pushed it to a further out or just got rid of it and said, we're not going to do it. But the more we delay maintenance on buildings and parks and things, the higher the cost is in the end when we have to finally, we're down to the fact where we have to do something.
Well, again, it's
And I
the black
know.
hole thing.
Yes,
Of
it's
course,
the
we could
black
say
hole
that all
thing.
the time.
I know.
We could triple this budget.
We said, here was your budget last year. This is all your requests, and you got to get closer to this. And we met with the departments. We met with them multiple times, and then OMB met, and we were like, nope, we're going to push that. We're going to limit. They might have asked for $100,000 for court resurfacing. We said, nope, we're going to give you $50. You got to make it work.
So, board,
And that's
if
kinda how
we
we
kept the
approached
budget
it.
as the millage, as we had it last year, and depending on where we are, the sheriff has already requested more money. Obviously, there's going to be increased cost with government insurance, just costs. There's salary increases, things of that nature. And then we add $2 million to this. This is a millage increase at that point, because Marisol, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like when I talked to Steve Howard and said if we fully funded the sheriff, that doesn't leave enough money for the rise in the natural rise in cost that we would have even if we didn't add anything. So if we take this as it is presented and this is okay, that's why I'm pushing for us to give better direction of cut this down, because you're looking at a millage increase.
Right, and the $2 million is, the unfunded piece is in that $2 million. So if you just take that out, they bring that back. Commissioner Kennard suggested using a different funding than the ad valorem taxes. There's your $2 million right there for
What about
general.
8 million that's unfunded.
That's in transportation. So if transportation can't fund it, then we'll have to pull it from general. But the general went up 2 million. The general ad valorem funding went up 2 million.
Or we just don't have it. We just don't have the 8 million.
Right.
That's the other option. I mean, we all wanna get it to that 30 million, 35 million number, but
So
what
we're
we,
at 10 million.
right. And what we heard just, a couple meetings ago was that when the surveys were done, the public was not largely behind, get out and do my roads. I want to put my tax dollars towards, or I'm willing to put more tax dollars towards. It was, I want to say 50%, 51%, something like that. And so I'm not feeling the, 80, 90% of the public is saying, find another $9 million, rather than, if you can come in at the same number as what you had last year, I'm fine with putting $10 or $11 million in the road resurfacing.
So the number that we are functioning with now, I believe, is 16.7 million for road resurfacing, not including SCOP and everything else, correct? Or is that?
I don't, off the top.
16.9?
It was in that neighborhood, yeah.
16.9. That includes SCOP, Mr. Hall, or no? No. Okay, so 16.9, and now I think this is 10.4 maybe?
About 11.
I thought it was 11.
Almost 11.
Closer to 11? Okay.
They asked for.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
we also have the COPS grant for the sheriff, and he's given us his pay and class study, but I think we need to request from him what that looks like years 2 through 5, particularly 2 through 3. And that needs to be built into this model as well.
With the, since if he gets the increase, if he gets more money, how does that change with the COPS grant? Yeah. Can you send that request to their fiscal person?
Yes.
And that's another thing, is he fully funded, or do we give some and he he decides to fix some of the higher, the upper echelon, and then new deputies the same, or does he, we all know it's up to him. Whatever we can get for him in this budget, he'll.
And then you have to add in the jail if you're going to take over the jail.
Right. So I guess what I'm hearing from the board, just to say out loud in case someone here is hearing something different, and obviously you want some clear direction, and this has probably been clear as mud for you, but I feel like clear direction was to use the model, put that in there. Mr. Hall has a lot in this book. I think he's gonna take a look at that, and needs just time, right, for better numbers. He's in the middle of things, getting quotes and bids and things. And then I guess keep the asset management out right now, and then that would keep, you're saying, the cost the same as last year for capital. And then the board will need to decide after you bring that back, when we look at the preliminary budget, if we need to take another look at this and cut out things and find money to put towards the regular budget. Board, does that sum it up okay with you all?
Yeah, we're gonna have a presentation on the asset management platform, correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Davis, does that sound about right for you? Yes. Okay, are you okay with that?
I'm great with that.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you for your time and your
All right.
presentation. Mr. Hull, thank you for your information. Okay, moving along, we'll do consent agenda and then open to the public.
Motion to approve consent agenda?
Motion by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Okay, now it is time for open to the public. If you have a green card and you have the number 1, come on up. You don't have number 1? Number 2? Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Joe Hicks from Beverly Hills. I'm going to spend a minute today talking to you about Florida State Bill 484. And listen up, lots of numbers going to come fast, as usual. 484 gives any county in Florida, gives a county in Florida a big emphasis if they have put in a ruling about data centers. 484 gives air cover to the county to defend them for their right to put that in. If the county doesn't put that in, then 484 gives them no help. And if the county puts in a dumb rule, then 484 not only gives them no help, but almost enforces the dumb rule. And so I want to give 3 examples. For example, if a county were to pass a 55 dB noise limit at the property boundary, and just for your memory, that's 5 dBs louder than what I demoed to you. If a county were to pass a high ordinance like that, 484 would be useless because the county would it would emphasize that dumb rule. And, so you're in charge, I guess is what I'm saying. Then another example is 484 gives no guidance to counties or no guidance to clients or data center operators or the public for water usage. However, 484 is exhibiting swamp-like characteristics because it uses a trick word called hybrid. So in the data center business, I'm not ticking down. I'm not comfortable with unlimited time.
Commissioner Kennard was so engaged in the conversation.
Okay. So this snaky word, a hybrid, here's what goes on. You have 0 water goals, which is the goal that the county needs to implement. And then 484 will come in behind you and say, this county has an ecologically astute 0 water goal. Now, this may be their metric, but their driver is towards 0. And 484 will back you on that. A closed loop with dry cooling completely implements that goal. It might use a little more power, but it implements that goal. Now, if you install that and then you also install a wet cooler, it makes sense? So you have on a really, really hot day, you would use that evaporative cooling, there's another word, or adiabatic cooling, and there's a third word for you. Either of those cooling systems use the dry system and the dry loop, but they also use wet cooling. And with wet cooling, you attract the density of poisons, like I explained last month, and you attract, like in the HIP, the largest data center that I could just comfortably fit into the HIP. If you use that word hybrid, it could go north of 20 million gallons a day out of HIP. And so just be aware in 484, there's some really snake oil words slinking around in there. We don't mind snakes. We don't. But we just don't want them to bite us, Then the third area is that if a county implements a very high, very stringent EPA or emissions regulation, like in that data center that would fit within that footprint. And we're talking about ordinance here, so we're not really talking about HIP. We're talking about anywhere in the county, right? So if you made a nice square area somewhere, it was 1,500, 2,000 acres, you would easily put, these nitrogen oxides are a byproduct of the liquid natural gas powering. And to run that size of a data center, you would need like 50 of these things. So if you look at data center pictures, you see rows of these stacks. And the EPA measures each stack. It never knows you have 50. And so all that accumulation together, the EPA ruling basically grandfathered Elon in Memphis. Very bad ruling. It would be terribly catastrophic. So if the county says we don't have an EPA rule, like 5 parts per million instead of 25, then unfortunately 484 is not going to help you. If you have a high ruling, then 484 completely gives you the air cover to say, this county said we're taking care of the environment and we support them. You can't change it. Fed can't change it and the state can't change it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good.
Next speaker, please. Okay, so 2, 3, 4, 5. You're up, number 6.
This could be fun. Susan Nelson, Solid Gardens. The citizens of Citrus County could greatly benefit from a tri-semester OSHER, OSHER, Lifelong Learning Institute on a bus route, where everyone who has a skill, knowledge, maybe a fun game, prized understanding or wisdom, can share their gift through teaching for 50 years old and above. Ways and means in whatever capacity, whether the classes be morning, afternoon, evening, whatever capacity, it would prove to be profitable. The closest is in Tampa, and it would be invaluable to all of us. It would explode community, and you know, we're retired people, and it's a retired everything. So a lot of people have a lot to teach. It's our wealth. Teachers volunteer. And maybe up the line, an OSHA Lifelong Learning Institute. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 7. I mean, there's so few people here. Next speaker. Anybody else want to take a stab at open to the public? Okay, with that, I will close open to the public. Board?
Motion to approve E1A through C, or D.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve E2.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Bays. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve E3, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve E4, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve E5.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve E6, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve E7.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Public comment? Board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve E8, A, B, and C.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve E9, A, and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve E10.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve E12.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Good speed round.
Okay, outstanding commissioner items. Ms. Veronica Campschroer.
Good afternoon, almost evening, commissioners. Have some quick updates for you on our list. Veronica Campschroer, Special Projects Manager. The Crystal River Connector Trail pre-construction is on track. Technical Services is currently awaiting an appraisal for the engineer's environmental assessment. The environmental assessment, I'm sorry, is the appraisal is pending that assessment. So as soon as that appraisal is complete, then we will have a price tag for the parcel that is in question for that trail, and we'll be able to make a final determination about the pathway, whether it will go through the additional parcel that's adjacent to what we have now, or if we will just continue to connect the sidewalk to the parcel. The Halls River multi-use path, another path, we have received the next phase of design from FDOT, and those designs are currently pending staff review. We'll send back any notes to the state and see if we can't get some final plans going for that and the construction funding that we need to put it all together. Homosassa Sports Complex feasibility study. We have a meeting scheduled for Thursday, April 30th to discuss the preferred alternatives. And then we will get those designs ready to present to the board after that meeting. Inshore reef placement, the pre-construction. The contract is currently pending the Gulf Consortium's approval and signature. So as soon as the consortium takes a look at that and allows the restore funding to be used, then we will be able to move forward to procurement. The landfill's new citizen service area, the parcels are prepared for the land swap, and staff is working to schedule a meeting with DEP to discuss. So that project is still technically a little off track, but everything's moving forward to get us right back on the track, which will allow us to move forward with that new service area. The sale of Betts Farm is still on this list. This will be the last time you'll hear about it. I will be removing it from the list based on last meeting's action unless there's any reason to maintain it. And then last but not least, we have added SCOP resurfacing for Apopka. We're expecting contractor mobilization in mid-May, barring any unforeseen circumstances. And after that mobilization begins, you'll start to see some improvement on the county's portion of Apopka.
Hallelujah.
And I know you mentioned earlier, Commissioner Kennard, the Fort Island boat ramp feasibility study. We do have a meeting scheduled for that, and we will be bringing something back shortly on that as well. A little bit behind the Homosassa Sports Complex.
Very good, thank you.
Anything else?
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for the presentation. Ms. Rodriguez, do you have anything?
I don't.
Commissioner Bays?
No, I think we discussed it all earlier.
Commissioner Davis?
No.
Commissioner Kennard?
Just one announcement from our last Keep Citrus County Beautiful meeting, and they announced it again today that this year's coastal cleanup is September 19th, and they've encouraged me the last couple of years to get our commissioners out there, and so this year I have committed to it, that there will be a commissioners cleanup crew for one of the lakes, or there could be others if we each want to take our own district and put a team together. But that is September 19th. So please put it on your calendar.
So could you make sure Reese gets all the information, and then Reese, could you make sure that it gets our calendars?
You got it.
There we go.
They'll be happy to hear it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That's all
Anything
I've got.
further? Okay. We'll do our last open to the public. Attorney Lynn, did you have anything?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak open to the public? Skate Bob, it's your last chance.
Skate Bob, Floral City. I just want to thank all of you and Diana Finnegan to sending the letters to the various officers in the government, including the FDEP, and ultimately it went through Bill Walker's to the federal level regarding the deep well injection. I just have a question. I sent an email out reminding you that there were 3 people in the upper layers of the FDEP, and I didn't get a confirmation those letters were sent out. It was John Truitt and Adam Blaylock. So were you able to follow through on that? Because it's very important that those two get copies of your letter. A very good letter, by the way.
Although I'm the signer, they, on this, are just stamping my name at this point, so.
Oh, the auto pen. I forgot about that. Yes.
So because the board approved the letters to be sent out, they were stamping them,
Well,
so.
could we just get a confirmation?
You
Because
doubt us?
those
Bob?
two.
You doubt us? Are you doubting us? Like, we
Well,
got you.
It's called a feedback loop where you,
The people that he mentioned, were they sent?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
thank you very
Can't
much.
believe he doubted us.
Very much appreciated that you'd followed through on that. And especially our legal counsel, which is hard sometimes for her.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else open to the public? Okay, with that, I will close open to the public. And it looks like we are going to be on recess to 5:01 for our public hearings.
Chair, it's 5:01.
Good evening. It is 5:01 and the board is reconvening for our first of two hearings. Welcome, Mr. Abel.
Thank you.
Ms. Lynn? Ms. Lynn might need 1 second.
Commissioners, with regard to the application you're about to hear, do you have any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record?
No.
No?
No.
Just for full disclosure, I accepted a in-kind contribution from Hampton Hills.
Okay. And at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas Map and establishing a new master plan to allow for single-family residential use on more than 2 units per acre, of more than 2 units per acre in the low-density residential district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date.
Wait,
And Mr. Abel is here.
Madam Attorney, did you have something from what we discussed that you wanted to say about that?
Oh, okay, I didn't know you were going to do it during ex parte, but so basically, we've talked about this. A campaign contribution in and of itself has generally not been determined to be prejudicial in any way or create a voting conflict for you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Eric Abel, Vice President of Hampton Hills LLC, the applicant. We purchased this 5-acre property last year with a plan to add this to our DRI development. You can't really officially add it, but for all intents and purposes, we're trying to make it part of our DRI and expand the boundary of what was our DRI. And we would like to add this so that it's in position to be part of our Phase 1 development starting later this year. You'll notice that this request, in great summary, is all about having the terms of the development mirror the material terms of the DRI. We've made a similar action as this with a 24-acre parcel, which was located south of Parcel C of the DRI, and that was approved in we applied in 23, I think it finally approved in 2024. The conditions of approval set forth by staff in the draft ordinance are acceptable to us. The PDC recommended approval. I believe the application is rather straightforward, so I'll keep it brief, but I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Board, do you have any questions for Mr. Abel?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Couty?
All right, good evening. He has summarized it very well. This is approximately 5 acres, and they are adding areas. I'm sorry, I am much shorter apparently than Reese. I can't even see you guys there. Thank you. They're adding 5 acres to the DRI. This is the mechanism to do so as a PUD amendment. It is zoned low-density residential. So this is the site. It is on a road called North O'Brien Point. I'll show you that in a moment. But the proposal is not to allow access on O'Brien Point. That would be emergency only if you have to get out of the DRI quickly, but that's not proposed. So this is the DRI adjacent to it. This is the subject property. They would be entering and exiting from Citrus Hills. It would be another addition. You did see something similar to this about a year ago for another parcel to the south. And again, this is the only way they can add to it. They are proposing the standards within the DRI. It's the same setbacks and the density, and this would be for single-family residential. This is the existing DRI as a close-up. That arrow is approximately where they would be adding areas. You can see they already have a few punch-outs all the way over to 491, so this would just be one more to the west in this area. And this is O'Brien Point. It is in very poor shape. However, they are not proposing, and they're actually taking away a lot from this, so that is actually a good thing. And this is, again, the site plan that they've provided. The PDC did hear this application on March 19th, 2026, and they did recommend approval, and there are conditions in there. The conditions are consistent with the existing DRI to the east.
Board, do you have any questions for Ms. Couty?
No, ma'am.
At this time, I'll open it up for public. Anyone from the public would like to speak for or against this proposed application? Okay, we'll close the public portion. Board?
Madam Chair, based on competent and substantial evidence, I make a motion that we approve PUD 2026000001.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Congratulations, Mr. Abel. Okay. Time for our next Corda. Madam Attorney?
Commissioners, with regard to the next application, do you have any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record?
No.
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 No. Thank you. And at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Development Code Atlas and an existing master plan, PUD, for a commercial center in the general commercial district to allow increased wall signage, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for codification and scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. Welcome.
Hi there. My name is David Michael. I'm with SES Branding located in South Bend, Indiana. I wanted to quickly run through our sign package here. I do have a handout that doesn't quite match the original PowerPoint, so I'm going to try my best. Here's the site plan. We've got 2 signs on the front. One's a set of channel letters that's approximately 70 square feet, and then a steerhead logo with no letters or numbers or anything. That is 12.2 square feet, and then another steerhead logo on the left elevation. And then we're also proposing channel letters on the front left and rear, the same channel letters as the one on the front. Skip ahead here. I want to say Longhorn Steakhouse is a restaurant that does not take reservations, and 50% of their client base is from out of town. Just studies that Darden has done. Had some pictures in here kind of showing you what it would look like as you're approaching the building with and without the proposed signs. If you're approaching from the rear, which you'll have to do to get into the parking lot.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, we have a PowerPoint if you want to.
I know, yep.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure you knew it was there.
Yes, thank you so much. So yeah, that picture up there shows what the building would look like with the proposed signage. As you can see, there is a channel letter set on the same side of the broad side of the building there, which would be the left elevation. And without that sign there, and then also the sign on the right elevation, there's no real signs facing the oncoming traffic. All we have is the parallel sign on the front. So that, as far as legibility and being able to identify the building and then turn into the parking lot in the minimal amount of maneuvers, there's the picture heading westbound. You can see the broad side of the building where the channel letters are, and you can also see the channel letters on the front, just not as well. And then as you're approaching the rear, where those channel letters that you'll see on the left and right elevations, you're coming in from the back right and left corners of the building. So if those signs aren't there, the building looks empty. There's no signs besides one steerhead, which can help with glance recognition. But I kind of wanted to just show you, this is the green, this is a visibility cone. This is where you can see the sign on the front of the building. And then these red ones off the side, this is green and red because there's a code compliant sign here, but this is the visibility cone for the left and right elevation channel letters, and you'll be able to see those a little bit ahead of time. And there's a thing called decision site distance. A bunch of numbers go into a formula, the speed limit, number of lanes, setback of the building, the contrast of the sign and its background. And in this situation, in order to identify the sign, get the information that you need, and then make a decision based off of that information you just got, you need approximately 730 feet of roadway to then see the sign, and then make a decision to turn in. So I just wanted to illustrate that the signs on the left and right are very important to Longhorn as far as just being able to get onto the development in the minimal amount of turns as possible with just the sign on the front. That's something that in order to see it, you'll be much closer, so then you'll have to pass the building and then come around and turn around, basically do a 180. Then you come in from the back and there's no signs on the back or the sides at all. So we're just looking to have building identification so that people can see the signs ahead of time and safely turn onto the development. There is a freestanding sign, the monument sign, just straight out between our building and the roadway there, but that's, if we can go back to the slide showing the right elevation point of view, yeah, there, if you go back one. The monument sign, I wanted to drop it in there, but it would be past the light poles. It would be off in the distance, almost just as legible as the front sign. So it's not necessarily accomplishing the wayfinding assistance that we're looking for as far as just getting onto this site safely and efficiently. And before I take up too much time for Sprouts, I believe that's all I have. Just looking for a little extra help with the wayfinding. That way you can see a sign that's facing you. It's perpendicular to the roadway instead of parallel. Helps with legibility and being able to identify the building, especially when you have to get onto the development and then come in from the back, from the rear after doing multiple turns. It would be nice to have signs on the sides of the buildings that you're approaching once you get onto the actual parcel. So with that, if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Henry Barr. I'm the store manager at the Sprouts that's getting put in Lecanto there. I'm here to just kind of to add the identifier signs to our building. Right now we're approved for just the Sprout signs, but we have the 2 identifying signs, if you can pull it up, that identify us as fresh, organic, local, and our wellness department. There's small marquees that go on, 3 go on the right, 1 goes on the left of the building. That would kind of what identifies us, especially that we're moving more into the Florida market. So that's pretty much all I have. It is very key and important that we have those up. Thank you.
Thank you. Board, do you have any questions for either one of these gentlemen?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, Madam Chair,
Excuse me?
I'm kind of confused that I'm not seeing anything. I do all my agenda online. I'm not seeing anything for Sprouts in terms of visual on what you're asking for. We kind of need to have it in the backup too, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you know how well that works out for me. What is the name of is it applicant PowerPoint?
Yes, applicant PowerPoint, and it's sorry, it's applicant PowerPoint, and it's on their pages aren't numbered.
If I could.
Just state your name and you can
Corey,
speak.
President, Couty Development. Just wanted to provide a little more holistic context to the 2 brands here today presenting. They presented well in terms of their needs. We're just looking to ask for a little bit more assistance in matching their brand across the region, local, national, and happy to answer any questions. And specific to the Sprouts too, because really, we've got the main sign. It's really the pasture gates that have the organic. They're really more, in my view, architectural elements, but they do have words, so they're signs, but they say fresh, local, organic, and wellness, if you can find the screen. So that's the main thing we're asking for. There is also a side sign that's in the materials. Sprouts would be willing, and I would be willing to forego the side sign if that impacted your decision-making at all. Although the Target and the Aldi also had a sign on the side. But the side sign is probably not as impactful given the orientation and drives and everything. So the pasture gates really does resonate home with the branding of the local, organic, wellness, and fresh. And so we feel like there's great impact there. And I think we're excited to bring these brands to the community. I think it's going to offer, new to market, great new things for the community. So any questions, please?
So, Mr. President, you're saying that no more signs in the ground, you'd be okay with that, but you want the signs on the buildings?
Yes, and so specific. Were you able to find that, Joe?
So the Sprouts is located in the staff PowerPoint, and it's located in some documentation, but it wasn't in the PowerPoint.
Oh, it was
from the
not, oh, I'm
applicant.
sorry, okay. So, okay, sorry, yes, it's only on the building, and so Sprouts, shoot. I don't know. So Sprouts has their main branding sign, and then they have their pasture gates on the side. It says organic in a nice like pasture gate, and there's like words. Okay, there you go. It's similar to Hobby Lobby. It was similar, had just kind of a little bit more branding of who they are, what they're about. And so those front four are really the signs that we're looking to add. Well, they're technically more signs than is permitted, but so that's why we're seeking the application for the PUD amendment. And as I mentioned, the side sign on just below there, we'd be willing to forgo that if that impacted your decision making. So if that helps, but no additional ground signs. We understood. I was here for when the PUD was approved way back, and I understood all of that, and we were fully complying with everything there. We're excited about how it's turning out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for any of the
Can
three?
I mention one more thing? I'm so sorry. Longhorn Steakhouse would also be willing to drop the very rear sign as well, if need be.
You know, you're talking about a rear sign, and I'm trying to think what would be behind you.
Sprouts.
Okay, so Longhorn's on the road, Sprouts is back here. So if people are shopping at Sprouts, they just see a back of a building with no sign on it?
Essentially, yeah, but we really think that the two side signs are the most important, just for helping people get onto the site without passing it and then having to turn around, or if they're on the opposite side of the highway, they have to, cross 4 lanes of traffic, and it's 50-mile-per-hour road there. So it's just, as far as the busyness, the hecticness, and then there are changes of elevation on the roadways. So we're just trying to help out the motorists, especially when there's 50% of the clients are either passing through or out of town. There's no reservations. So,
And you have your own freestanding sign in front of the restaurant.
correct. Yeah, it's the code compliant.
So let me ask you a question about that then. So you want to keep the side signs on the building, but not the back, but you have a sign in the front of the building that you can see coming both directions, but not one from the back. Just trying to understand the importance of, I guess because they're higher, is that why? Because if I'm driving down the road and I see your monument sign, I can see that from the sides, but I would see nothing from the back. But you said you weren't as interested in the back sign as the side sign.
So I'm sorry. So there is signage proposed on all 4 sides of the building. So and mainly all I'm talking about is the wall signage. So this wall sign, which is on the front of our building, which is parallel to Norvell Bryant, it's only visible once you get within like 100 feet of the building.
I understand that, but you have a monument sign out front.
Same thing though, it's the legibility because the width of the sign had to be a certain amount. Longhorn Steakhouse is long, so that type has to get shortened down, and plus it's over the hill. You're gonna see the point I'm trying to make is the signs on the right and left side of the building give us the best heads up to the motorists. Like that's going to be the most visible sign, and that will give them enough time to then turn onto the property without having to drive past it or anything like that. Okay. And that's why I said the sign on the rear facing Sprouts, I don't think it's 100% as necessary as the 2 signs on the side, because when you do get onto the development, you have to drive behind the Longhorn, and then so in between the Sprouts and the Longhorn, and then turn in from the back. Okay. And there are no code compliant signs besides the one steerhead that's 20 square feet on the left. So when you're coming in, there's no identifiers on the building unless you then drive around to the front again. But we're just trying to make things more efficient and also match all of our other locations nationwide.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board, for these gentlemen? Joe, you're up.
All right, good evening. Joe Hockadell, Principal Planner. This application is proposing to modify an existing plan unit development for this parcel, this project here. Specifically, they are requesting to increase the amount of wall signage allowed for both the Sprouts Farmers Market and the Longhorn Steakhouse. So here you can see a rendering of the project. Here's the Sprouts back here on the corner of the large building in the rear. And then these are the out parcels in the front. And so you can see there's the Chase Bank that is in permitting right now for this site. Then we would have Longhorn Steakhouse, and then I think as of right now, unidentified drive-through of some sort, and then a multi-tenant building over on the west side. And so if you look over here, you can see this is the Sprouts. They are proposing additional signage in the front and on the side. And this is the Texas Roadhouse down here. They are proposing signage on all wall faces. The one thing I'd like to point out is the Land Development Code has a maximum wall signage allowance of 1.5 times the linear width of their building is the total square footage. Now, where they put that wall sign is totally up to them, as long as they're within that square footage. So they can put it on all four sides, they can put it on one side. The Land Development Code doesn't dictate as long as they stay within that square footage. So the request here is that they want to exceed the square footage to allow for a wall sign of a certain size, as you've seen. So here's the Longhorn Steakhouse. As you can see, it has wall signage on all four elevations as was submitted. Based on the applicant, they may modify that. And so you can see, comparing this to a similar use that has recently been built, the similar use in an adjacent plaza has been able to put up their wall signage and stay within their allowable square footage. And so here's the Sprouts Farmers Market. You can see they have the main sign over the door and then the additional signs on the front wall with the sign on the east elevation, which would face the Target. And again, you can see there is a similar use that has gone in nearby, which was able to have their wall signage that met the allowable square footage. So when you look at what they're asking for specifically, both of these are looking to exceed their maximum wall signage more than twice the allowable amount of square footage. This would be incompatible and inconsistent with not only the development that is adjacent to them, but it would also be inconsistent with the other uses that are in that plaza, which are not going to have this allowance. And so the Planning and Development Commission did hear this application and has recommended denial of it. Do you have any questions?
I do. I understand about the signage because the way that we have developed in the past has been you drive down the road, you have a freestanding building, they have a certain size sign, it doesn't need to be obnoxious. You drive down the road, you have another building, they need a sign, it doesn't need to be obnoxious. But now we're trying to plan these shopping communities. In the past, you wouldn't have these connectable shopping centers, right, where you're looking at the backs of buildings. And, I think of a few anchor stores and then you see some buildings. You have the signage on the road frontage and on the back so people know what the building is. So have we thought about updating that to accommodate the new way that we develop? Because honestly, I know that it was voted against. I don't really have a rub with the signs because honestly, the Sprouts having it on the side seems to look better than just a vacant wall of, if I was looking at that, a nicely appointed sign would look better than nothing. So same for some of these other buildings. It can give some architectural or aesthetic appeal. So I didn't know if this was being discussed because we're doing things differently now.
Yep, so you are. Sorry, Joanna, get to the development. So the PDC did debate that. And one of the things the PDC did recommend, it talked about, is the fact that, frankly, people don't use signage as much anymore. It's your GPS and your phone. So when you're in a plaza, I use it all the time, turn right at the stop sign, there it is. And that's what they debated, is they felt that the signage in our land development code is working. It's worked on every site there. And to add more doesn't make sense when people are actually using signage less. That was their debate.
I mean, I've used my GPS in areas not around here, and it's like, well, it says we're here. Where is it? Where isn't? You're searching.
Mine's been working great, but then Gainesville's crazy, and I use it there. Here, I kind of know where things are, but in Gainesville, it's wonderful. But agreed, it's not always perfect, but that was the discussion that they had at the PDC.
Board, do you have any questions?
I'll make a comment. Traveling around, I go to Park City every year. There is no signage. I mean, you can drive right by it, but you're using your GPS, and I think keeping with the theme of the nature coast and landscaping and trying to not have a bunch of retail development just sticking out in your face is kind of the idea. Hopefully, as the trees mature, it kind of nestles in. I mean, if you go to Cashiers, North Carolina, go to Tallahassee, you'll see a CVS or a Publix, and you don't really know that it's there because it looks like another office building is being built in. For me, I'm a no-go. I think we stick with it. I like the fact that we are reducing some of that development that just kind of sticks out at you. I like it when it's kind of tucked away and hidden. Nobody's going to miss it. I mean, if they're looking for it, they're going to know it's there. I think for me, it's keeping with the character where we have all this development going on. People are frustrated with it, and I think the more that we can keep the nature to it, the better they're going to like it.
I would agree with the nature part. I think we can bolster landscaping and keeping trees, which we've talked about doing. I don't have a rub with the signs. But we'll
Chair.
have to open it to the public. Excuse me.
Sorry. I was just going to say, I mean, if you all want to look at the code and change the code, you always have that prerogative to change the code, but until you change the code, then we would just urge you to be consistent with, especially in this plaza, you've had other applications like this. So,
Thank you for your urging, Madam Attorney.
we urge consistency.
We're going to have questions to Ms. Couty.
Oh, did you want comment though, or no?
We're going to need to open it up to the public first. Do you have any questions specifically?
Well, you let Bays comment, so that's why I thought.
Well, I thought she had a question, but go ahead.
Go right ahead. Just open it up.
Anyone would like to, from the public? No? Okay, we'll close that part. Commissioner Davis?
Speaking as a branding person, I think that Longhorn mark is carrying a lot more weight than you think. I don't actually eat at chain restaurants, and I recognize it right off the bat. So just for what it's worth. And I can't wait to shop at Sprouts.
Any further board discussion?
Madam Chair, based on competent and substantial evidence, I make a motion that we deny PUD 2025-00013.
Second.
Sorry, I'm the... Okay, motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Bays. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay, for what it's worth. So, sorry, gentlemen. And with that, it's 5:29. This meeting's adjourned.